the way it operates, as you know, that agency, but we'll talk about that when we do allocations. So I'm going to pull up and go ahead and share my document with you all, and then we can do AMI kids. Okay. You guys got far more programs than anybody. In fact, it's overwhelming. I almost think that it probably need some type of screen. I guess you are the screeners, but would be nice to have a some type of way to narrow down. So let's do AMI kids. This is a new agency, so there's no award letter or no previous information to look at. So what we'll look at, is there any overall comments that you would like to make about the AMI? Thought I had my notes. Yeah. Okay. So any overall agency comments that you would like to make about AMI Kids Tallahassee?
I think they had a good representation for a Zoom meeting. But I also think that their cost per client is a little high at over $9,000.
Yeah, that was my sentiments on that. Number 6, section cost per client rate. I found that to be a little high, $9,000.
So they said
those extravagant gifts.
Say that again, UB.
Yeah, they were the ones who was giving those extravagant gifts. I mean, higher for the award points.
Okay. I can't remember. Do you remember exactly? Do you want to make a comment about that? But I guess if we do the overall, the comment right there, that kind of captures that. And let's see, how many kids did they serve?
Was it 68?
65, I believe it was.
And budget. The budget of 226. Okay. When you say, did you want me to say, something about the gifts or
high cost, because it all rolls up into that. So
okay, it's encompassed in included. Okay. Any other comments?
Yes, I have a note on here that their proposed fiscal budget salary doesn't match their salary info page.
Yes. Let's look at that. You say that are we going into the salary information sheet? I just want to make sure.
So I put that the proposed fiscal budget salary does not match the salary information. So I think it's both.
Okay. Let's see what that looks like. So if y'all wanted to, you could actually look at the proposed budget. You could look at the salary information, because assuming that's what the salary information form is saying, that the program salary for that program would be about $131,735 in the salary information worksheet. And in the proposed fiscal year budget for the agency, the salaries for 175. So 175. So in the budget worksheet, you'll have salaries, you'll have healthcare, you'll have taxes, workers' compensation, all inclusive. So
they wouldn't include the workers' compensation under the insurance section?
They could, or they could put it under and within that. Okay. Yeah. In fact, they probably would include it as part of personnel costs.
Okay. So, and then my other thing was regarding whether or not their insurance was for this one location, or was it for an overall like national AMI program? Because for what they're doing here, $55,000 a year seems extraordinarily high.
I think, hey guys, it's Ryan. I'm sorry, I was a few minutes late. I think, Crystal, because they're really a school. it's weird. I heard you saying about the budget. I was pulling it up. Is that they're drawing down FTE from the state because they're technically a school, but they have this service arm on the side. It's very, very strange. I was personally surprised, Pat, to see them in here. So there are multiple locations. There's another one that is in like the Destin Fort Walton area. So I think it's for the whole state. Does that make sense? That's why I think the budget is wrong, because this is not all their budget stuff. I had brought it up before, was they're drawing down FTE from the state for the students they serve from the DOE.
Yeah, I think it just was, like Brian, you're right. I think that they were just a little unclear in how exactly all that was flowing to them.
Is that why Leon County is their only partner? Because they don't have anyone else they collaborate with.
Marilyn, I missed that. What did you say about Leon County Schools?
Okay, when you said who they have to partner with on the application, they only have Leon County Schools. Like, they don't partner with any of the other organizations here whose mission is sort of similar in terms of students living up to their potential, or individuals living up to their potential.
I mean, technically they fall, the executive director would technically answer to Rocky Hanna because of the way it is. It's not a charter school, kind of a charter school. It's like a weird kind of thing.
Okay.
It's almost like what we would think of as a alternative in the way statute is. It's an alternative school. You get kicked out of a Leon County school, that's where you're going to go.
So, okay.
Okay, well then I guess that's why it makes sense that they would children will attend the program from 8 to 3 during the academic school year. I was kind of confused about how that worked.
Yes. So you said you guys said a whole lot. That's what I was saying. So just kind of trying to piece what. So right now, I've got good representation. What was that, Crystal?
I said I just don't like it.
Okay. and we won't spend a lot of time. If you guys think if you actually believe you're not going to fund them, let's not spend a whole lot of time. If that's a consensus of the body, because of some that you find that you determine that there's some major concerns. That's with any agency or program. If you feel like that program poses major concerns for you, or you feel like it does not meet the criteria for Promise Zone, then probably not spend as much time doing an analysis. That's something to consider anyway.
So can we for vote? Because this is on my no list, because I don't feel like they target the Promise Zone specifically. Everyone they get is a result of Leon County Schools.
I agree with you. And looking at what they're trying to purchase too, Marilyn, is not that it's not good for kids, but these are duplicative services. When they talk about suit and ties for students, they want incentive cards. I mean, the bulk of their budget or what they want are things that are already being offered in the community too.
Yes, yes.
Program information. So we go into program. Audit, cost of office supplies, printing, postage. When they said their target population, what did they say? I do want to kind of, because based on what we just said, I want to narrow down a little bit. But what do they say about?
Let's see.
It just says that they're referred to them from the school system due to behavioral incidents.
So it's okay. It doesn't even say the target population is a problem zone.
Mm-mm.
It says nearly all of our students come from low-income families.
They say, oh, sorry, Crystal. They say here it 50% would in census tract come within the Promise Zone, but I mean, you could have everybody coming from the north side. It all depends on who gets in trouble with the school district,
Yeah.
literally.
And yeah.
Yeah,
So
50% isn't good enough for me.
so this program basically serves the entire school district.
Yeah.
And it's focused on children who are kicked out of the schools, you said?
Yeah.
It's that, and also referrals because of behavioral. They have a lot of what we call emotionally handicapped students or EH students. So those kids, I mean, I've worked directly with the school multiple times, so I know, in Florida virtual school. So it could be a student who is emotionally handicapped and their needs can't be met at a traditional brick and mortar. It's a wonderful program. I mean, absolutely wonderful program, but it doesn't specifically target the promise zone at all.
Okay.
And my other contention with this is the number of staff that they have too, for the number of students they're going to try to serve. I don't think it's realistic. So I have a problem with that.
Okay. And James, say that comment one more time, please.
I was saying the number of students that they plan to serve and the number of staff that's available is 2. So I think it's like 30 something per student. So I think that's pretty, that ratio is not, it's not the best indicative of what that program would be.
Okay. So I've got these are the major comments, and we can there are a few areas, but these are the major comments that we have. And the main thing you just dealt with, these are the primary comments. The fact that it's not a program that's designed for the Promise Zone, and it serves the entire school district, and it just happenstance which kids are selected to attend this school.
Yeah.
So any other burning comments you want, or we can move on to the next agency? Nope. Moving on. Okay, epilepsy.
Oh, we forgot. Oh, we're gonna skip over Boystown and Children's Home.
I'm just going in. I got it already set up, so it's I'm going in the order of the site visits.
Oh, okay.
So when I set up this sheet, I just did it based on that. Main thing is to make sure I don't miss someone. There's so many, so I just cut and paste from the schedule.
It's epilepsy.
So, and I keep in mind, this program is already funded to serve the entire county on services for persons with disabilities. So this is a program that's funded on a different team. Do you feel like this was tailored for
No.
Promise Zone?
No.
So let's just deal with that, the main issue first. So let's talk about what concerns you have regarding that, and document those issues. Let me go to the application.
Okay.
I think that they had good ideas for utilizing different companies that they could collaborate with during COVID.
So good ideas for
I put good ideas for COVID collaboration. It was just shorthand.
okay.
Like they indicated that they were going to partnering with other agencies in order to get their stuff handled. And I did like that the money that they were asking for was specifically for an employee for the Promise Zone.
Mm-hmm.
And they do pretty well with fundraising too.
But that's overall raising, not specific to the Promise Zone, right?
Yeah.
And that's our focus, is the Promise Zone
Well,
for this particular one. What all
Um,
for the promise
good
zone?
fundraising. So you wanted to put good fundraising. I'm looking at fundraising. I do see that they're
It looks like they do fundraise, but
21,
nothing
21.
specifically for the Promise Zone.
What was that again?
It looks like they do fundraise for the Epilepsy Foundation, but they don't specifically do any fundraising for the Promise Zone.
No, no. Because this was a application. There's
Right.
no work has been done. So, okay, you want to commend them on their fundraising because I see that they raised $21,000
Mhm.
anticipating for the year,
Yeah.
and they supplied their.
They
Yeah.
also do a pretty robust grant too with DOH.
Yeah. Okay. And what other comments with epilepsy?
Because I think they also implement telehealth. So I thought that that was good, given the situation we're currently in, and it addresses certain barriers to accessing care.
Okay, so we might as well, that's going into the COVID.
Yeah.
So, and I think you got to keep that in mind, trying to implement a new program right now for under the current circumstances for healthcare. We have transitioned to telehealth. And what else did they say they've done in response to the COVID virus? Do you remember?
I think that was the big thing I keyed in for them.
Voice sound, epilepsy. Let's see if I remember any other comments that were made. Program keeps people stable. How will the so they're saying they're partnering. They're probably overall agency because they haven't partnered with anyone yet as far as Promise Zone. So you can say good collaborative efforts,
We don't know yet.
but even with that, as an agency, because there's nothing has happened.
Mhm.
I think it's also, Pat, interesting to note too, the clients they serve. What they've shown here is 91 in Leon County, but 172 in other counties. So, almost every other application, obviously overwhelmingly on. It's something I thought needed to be mentioned.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm sure one understands that this money can only be used in Leon County for Leon County residents. So demographics. Yeah, this is the overall so you can, the stats that you're looking at in client demographics, that's the overall program. And again, remind Ryan, we already fund this program to serve the whole county on a different team. And so one thing we got to be clear about, Promise Zone has very little money to target towards specialized programming for the Promise Zone. We're not trying to double fund the same programs, and we just don't have the luxury to do that with the funding that's available. So I think that's the only thing I remember too, is that they transitioned to telehealth in reference. Was there anything else specific to the COVID-19 because I can't remember anything else but telehealth as well. Was there anything else, any other key points you guys can remember? Nope. Okay. Let's go ahead and look at the program now. and look at, let's look at, first of all, the same, I'm gonna get you guys rolling back into that same routine. We'll look at documentation. Did they clearly document the need for the program? We're talking about specific to Promise Zone data, local Promise Zone data. Did they clearly define the target population? Did they give a good program description of how they would serve and expand services to serve Promise Zone? What's different about what they already do, for example, on their other team that they're funded on? And ability to, and do they have proposed meaningful outcomes for the Promise Zone? So that would be in the measurement framework. For them, it will be the measurement framework, since this is a new program.
Well, I didn't see it in their target population. Seemed like they just concentrated, or they wrote about the 14 county area. So they kept everything like big epilepsy, I guess. And I didn't see anything referencing Promise Zone.
And it didn't, and I think they used the criteria of 1 out of 26 people has epilepsy. And yeah, so then looking at the target zone, I mean the Promise Zone, you know, how does that relate if you have 300 indicated?
I have a question for the for team members. I looked at number 5, the anticipated number of cases that they'll serve. This is 1,000. Are they saying they're going to serve 1,000 people in the Promise Zone, which is highly unlikely, or is 1,000 people together? But how much of those people are actually in the Promise Zone?
The client, the target population does not even mention the Promise Zone in it.
Right.
So that's so I think this may be, I'd have to look, but it may be the same proposal that's on team 3 that they, you know, it's because it's generic, it would fit team 3's proposal.
Okay.
Hey, is Sala on the phone? Sala or Anita? I think Anita had to go to a meeting, but Sala. Oh, I'm on mute. I think I'm on mute. No,
you're not.
Or Virginia.
What do you need, Pat?
Someone. I just want to. Can you check to see if epilepsy submitted the same proposal on team 3 as on team 10 to see if these are different proposals? I'm specifically want you to look at the program part. See if it's the same, because we wanted to find out, did they actually submit a proposal and tailor it to Promise Zone, or is this the same proposal submitted for Leon County, serving the whole county?
Hold on one sec.
I think, Pat, you're right, because if we look at in the program description, it is talking something that's much more generic there. Does everybody else see that? Because it says the program's client services and then Promise Zone funding.
Yeah, and also they look like they were talking about the 14 county areas. So to me, this information is encompassing all of that instead of taking it out specifically for Promise Zone. I don't see any specific information about Promise Zone, and that's my concern. I want to know how are you going to use this fund specifically for Promise Zone, even though you could discuss it in the context of all the other places.
Right. Yeah, and that's fine, because you do want to do comparison. People do all the time, like they'll say, okay, that's how we identified the Promise Zone. It's because it has the poverty rate was substantially higher. So you want to that's how you say, okay, that's why we can document why we selected the Promise Zone based on the stats and in comparison to the local community as well as statewide and even federal. And,
right.
And then and that's the documentation. I think this is the documentation of need.
Yeah, I mean, they say it over and over about their 14 county. I mean, if you look at 1.5, number 6, it says it again, eligibility is to our 14 county area. So, I mean, they just say it over and over.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
only estimated. They don't understand that people have epilepsy. The number count that they give.
Dr. McGee,
Yes.
it seems like you're having some feedback on your end. I don't know if it's just me. When
Really?
you're speaking, yes, ma'am.
Okay. I don't know why. Let me see if I
It's
turn it
better
down.
now.
Oh, okay.
It's better now. I don't know.
I put myself on mute. Maryland sounds a lot better. That's what it is. It
Oh.
actually is true.
Okay.
I think Yubi, you mentioned something about where you found a comment, and I want to get that on to write that down. But Yubi, you mentioned about a section that speaks to the Big Bend area.
No, they just referenced their 14 county area for everything.
So
In section 1.5, number 6,
okay,
where it
let's
says
go.
who's eligible, it still talks about the
So
14 counties.
1.5. And what number is that 1.5?
Yep, number 6.
Number 6, thank you.
Hey, Pat, maybe we could come back to this when Sarla determines whether or not it's a duplicate application.
Okay.
Because if it's a duplicate application, I mean, I think that pretty much answers most of our questions.
Okay. I'll just write this one comment that Yubi had, and then we'll move on while Sala does that, okay? Yeah, I see what you're doing. They're referencing. Okay, we'll go ahead. And even with that, I see what you're saying. It's when it says, what is the program eligibility requirements and fees? It just says 14 county service area. So it's really.
It's too generic.
Okay, yeah. And then the other thing is there are no collaborative partners mentioned in here. In fact, you got to take this out, because if you look at the application and in the application itself on the collaborative partners, the only collaborative partner noted is Epilepsy Foundation of Florida. There are no community collaborative partners noted. And that's a huge one, because that's a requirement for Promise Zone.
Can I say one thing, Pat? Real quick.
Yes.
I feel kind of like they have to give us more information. But the one thing I saw that was positive, it seems like where they're going to service, a lot of those places are really in the Promise Zone, like Riley, Bond, Griffin, Mims, Rob. So the communities in which they're setting up provide these services looks good, but I don't have any concrete data as far as the actual participants. So I don't want to sound all completely negative. It's almost like maybe they didn't provide what we needed. I mean, that's a flaw of the presentation, because you have to provide it. But if this is true, where they're trying to provide the services, I think that is a positive, because more than likely those residents would need it.
Well, but they would only need it if they have epilepsy. So we have to define.
Right.
I guess we're yeah. And again, you got to understand, and unless they can show you something very specific to the Promise Zone, the program is already funded to serve the entire county, Leon County. Okay.
That just because
And it doesn't matter
doesn't mean that it's residents.
Yeah, it's not supposed to have anything to do with where you live as far as eligibility for that service. Just do you have the epilepsy? If you have it, you are eligible. At least any programs that we fund, you're eligible to get served.
Okay.
Okay, we'll go to Boystown, and that's a currently funded program. So therefore, you will have an award letter. And I think, who was doing the award letters for us? Was it Crystal? Was it you last week?
That was me.
That was Miss Marilyn.
Yeah.
She said, hey, Sala.
I have them up.
Solid.
Yes.
Excuse me 1 second. I want you to look at the entire program application.
Yeah, I'm going one by one because I
Yeah,
have to.
but don't bother to respond. Yeah, okay, so
Okay.
no, you're gonna look at team, and Virginia, you could help out too, but look at the application on team 3, only the program section, and see if it's the same application that was submitted for team 10.
And that's what I'm doing, Pat. It's just that I
Okay.
have to go between applications on the same device. That's all.
Yeah, just the one application. And and just let me know overall, when you're done. Boys Town, okay?
Okay.
Dr. McGee, can you tell us of comments from last year that we need to either reassess or things you think are applicable to be carried over into the new year?
Well, I think the first one, serving at-risk youth, is a positive attribute of the program we can carry over.
Probably number 2 as well, because they did have a good amount of people at the meeting.
Okay.
And then we need to look, because it was a second-year concern last year. We need to see if they provided a breakdown of the population within the promise zone in terms of client demographics, because that was a concern, a second-year concern last year.
So let's go ahead and look at that now and see if that issue had been addressed, okay?
Yeah, they did a breakdown, but I'm not sure if it's for the I mean, I'm assuming it's for the promise zone, but they do have a breakdown.
Yeah, I said to spell it out some more when it came to the target population.
Okay.
Well, they do list their targeted census tracts. On section 1.4 of Form 2.
So how many of those, are all the ones identified just the promise zones that have numbers? Because I know at least 2 of them. Because last year we specifically mentioned 11.02 and 11.01. And looking at the numbers in those, that's 7 clients. So if their proposal was to do 35, I think they missed it. You're mute, Pat.
Did you guys see any census tracts, like a table in this application for census tracts?
I didn't see a table, but I do see where they list census tract 10.01, 02, 11.01, 11.02, and 19.01.
Okay. This is still with everybody.
Pat,
Okay. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
other than 11.02, 11.01, what are the other tracks as we look at these applications that?
I have to pull a description manual because there's several of them.
Because I think that was instead of just looking at this and assuming that all of these target the promise zone.
I don't
know-
think I don't see the census tracts given to you unless they're broken down somewhere. Well, let me get back to Crystal. Tell us the section that you're looking at again.
I am in Form 2, Section 1.4.
1.4.
Number four.
And what number?
Number
Which
4.
number 4?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, this is what they plan to do.
It's also in 1.3 too.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay. We'll move. Okay. So what are some of the other comments, Marilyn? I don't want to get bogged down in this one application.
The others are looking at the information included in Form 5.
And that would be the program specific.
Yeah. And it had all sections that it was a concern
Oh, okay.
because it didn't specify the promise.
Okay. So as we go into the program, then we can go in there and see. So let's go ahead and start with the program. And let's look at, first of all, we'll look at in the order of the application.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll look at the we've already looked at program client demographics.
Yep.
So that's 70 folks served. And the cost per client rate, that would be in 1.2.
Yeah, I think that was 3,000 something.
It's a mistake in it. If you go to 1.2 of the application, overall program budget, the cost per client rate is saying $30,000. So I'm unsure about that. Do you guys see that?
Mm-hmm.
No. What number? I saw 1.2. What number? 1.2.
Go down to on the same. I'm strolling, so it's section D 1.2, and you go to section D.
I see that.
And then
Yes.
program cost, and it's saying $30,000 per
I
client.
saw 3279.
Yeah, I see 3,279.
So,
Yeah, we see something different, Pat.
Yeah, that's why I was asking
Let me
about
make
that.
sure I'm on the right team. Hold on, I might have went to the wrong team. That might be I know I was feeling so confused. They're on a different team, and I think I might have pulled up the wrong team. That's what happened. Yeah, I pulled up team 5. Sorry about that.
Okay.
I felt like I was completely confused. Okay, I said I was because I was in the wrong application. And that's why it's like, that's why I kept saying, where are the census tracts? So the census tracts, you can look at that and look at, see where their clients are, total clients. Here is saying they served 25 kids.
Yeah.
So for last year, for the last completed fiscal year. And
What section you in, Pat?
I'm in the right application now, section 1.3, program client demographics.
Okay.
And we were talking about census tract numbers. So I'm looking here. Virginia. Or who's on the line? Virginia.
Carla, I wrote you a note here so I don't disturb anybody.
Just let me know what it is, Sala, because I can't see the notes when I'm sharing a document. Okay.
So far, all the sections have looked in client services in teams 3 and 10 in epilepsy have been appraised.
So it's the same application, basically. Okay,
Look,
thank you. And I got another task for you. Now you've done that. Did everyone hear what Sala said?
Yeah.
Okay, so Sala, can you look at Boystown? You'd have to go into the description manual for CHSP and look at the census tracts. I want you to go and I can send it to you if you don't have it right at your fingers, the description manual. Okay, can you look at that and then look at the census tracts reported in Boystown's application and let us know how many of the 25 kids come from the Promise Zone census tracts? Okay.
okay.
And you
Can-
wouldn't look at the expanded census tract. Look at the original census tract numbers.
Oh, you don't want the expanded. Okay.
Yeah, I may need to give you. So don't look at this year. Look at 2018-19 description manual. Okay.
Oh,
Okay, that's fine. I have the old census tract separately
Yeah,
written
that's
here.
good.
So
Okay, great. And just look at their app and let us know what you find. Thanks a lot for doing that with Boystown as well. Thank you. Okay. Yes.
Real quick, I have a question with the census tract. I'm trying to understand the census tract. When you see all these numbers, it's specific areas within Leon County or Tallahassee, whatever it is, right? But when I'm looking at the zip codes, these zip codes are generally the lower socioeconomic sectors of Tallahassee. So I understand Dr. McGee shaking her head, so I already know that this is that I understand who the answer probably will be.
Well, but just to kind of let you know, when it comes to the Promise Zone, we're only focusing on census tracts.
Okay, gotcha.
Because there are certain census tracts that are inclusive in the Promise Zone. It's well defined.
Okay, that's what I
Yeah.
need in clarification.
Yes,
Thanks.
yes. So we'll go ahead and look at program.
Some zip codes, the Promise Zone is in that zip code, but only in a portion of the zip code.
Gotcha. I got you. Okay, that's what I needed. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Pat, you said Boys Town, right? Not Boys. Okay.
Yes, Boystown. And then we'll go to, let's go ahead and look at the program now. We're going to go and look at document the target population, because the comments from last year said there was concern overall. So let's go ahead and look at the app. So let's go to Form 2, Section 1.4, Programs Target Population and Documentation of Needs. So we'll start with 1 and see what they've said about the client demographics. What are they thinking?
Yep.
This is fine, but where are the, okay, maybe it's here. I decide. Okay, so they put it here. I think they really don't. They need to put more, the client demographic is saying who they serve, but it really doesn't tell you much about who the target population of the program is, unless I'm missing something. Do you guys see anything that defines the program's target population?
No, because my comment there was it needs to spell out this more. That's all I wrote. So I agree with you. It seemed like it wasn't spelled out enough as far as the target population demographics.
unless we want to look at the geographical area with the census tracts, because those are relevant.
I think
Census
that's
tracts
fine.
in number 4.
That's a geographic target area, which
Yeah.
is good.
Yeah.
But describe the type of kid. If you say you're going to serve a kid, who is that kid?
It doesn't say that.
What about that kid that makes that kid eligible for this program? What are the the behavioral problems? What is the profile of the type of child that would be the ideal candidate for this program?
Yep, that's what I feel was missing. It wasn't spelled out.
Excuse me all. There's 22 out of 25 kids listed on the Promise Zone track.
Okay, thank you. So that's a good thing.
Yep.
So you know that the program predominantly does serve the Promise Zone. She said 23 out of 25, I think. Thank you so much, Sala.
22, Pam.
22.
Yeah, that's 88%. That's good.
Okay.
Also,
Go ahead. You can keep on talking.
it also seemed like they were limited as far as staffing was concerned. That's just one of the comments I had.
You think so? Because it's how many staff are assigned. We'd have to go to the overall budget 1.2. They have 10 staff assigned, 10.5 FTEs. If you go to section 1.2 overall program budget, they have 10.5 staff assigned to this program.
Okay, it's something about the fund. What did I put in that funding?
Okay, we'll keep on and let's look at documentation of need. Did they clearly document the need for the program? And that is in section 1.4, going back to 1.4. We've already done target population. They did identify the geographic census tracts, which is they're supposed to, that is the term, that is a part of eligibility for the program. And
I mean, they reference a pretty recent feasibility study showing that there was a need.
okay, that's great. So that's in that would be in 1.4 if anyone want, in the section B, documentation of need.
Yeah,
So
number 1.
Okay.
And it looks more like they are a mediator because they help families navigate the system. That's where the gap in service that they are providing.
Okay.
I think it would have been nice if they attached that study to that section of their application, just for further like backup documentation. Because I mean, yeah, they're referencing it in there, but that would require us to like have to go out and find that study to see if it really does, you know, to see if it's really applicable to what they are doing. And since you guys on this wonderful application have a section where they could have just upload it, they kind of should have.
I also noticed that while they say that they work with a variety of providers, they give no direction besides the individual service plan, which is a plan.
Say that again, Ryan.
It says that they work with a variety of providers, but it doesn't give me any indication who those providers are and, you know, how they'll collaborate. I mean, there's 2,000 characters in there, and they still had over 1,000 left that they could have put in there to tell them exactly who they're going to collaborate with.
And what section is that? Ryan, what section is that?
It is 1.4, question number 3 on part B, document of need.
Question 3. Okay, and I can go back and quote that.
Yep. It's just far too vague, I think. When they had plenty of characters left in there to do that, to tell us exactly who they're working with and how they're providing that.
And again, I'm going to stress we gave all agencies extra time. So they had about 5 to 6, 7 weeks to do this.
Question regarding the collaborators, because we put a table further down where they list
so maybe that takes care of that problem. So
Yeah.
we'll look at that to see if that's, because if they did that, but if that's
Where are you seeing that, Marilyn?
It's in the same section, but it's down E. It's collaborative strategies and partnerships on page 32.
We're kind of jumping around, so I'm gonna keep us in an order because otherwise we're gonna scatter. And I don't work real good like that.
Yeah, but I just wonder if that table should go up under that question, since that's where we ask about.
Okay.
Because it would have made it easier for
I'll check. I will check that.
Okay.
But can we go ahead and finish? Let's stay together. I think we'll go faster if we do it this way. But right now, we just stopped on documentation of need. And the only thing I'm going to say is that it does, while it's good at referencing, it does reference, but it's saying child success.
But
it really doesn't talk about children, the need of the youth in that area. That's what's missing. There's no data about the youth and the need for the program.
because they're really documenting the socioeconomic status of the youth in that area versus what the need is.
It's still it's a generic. It's generic. It's general. But narrowing into, we're talking about the youth who live and reside in the province, and what do they need? Because the justification is, do they need this service? We will presume so, but give the data. And maybe that's if they had put some more of that, like if like Chris was saying, had they uploaded the study, we might see that. But without that study, all you have is a reference that the study was done, but you don't have any data. Okay. Now we've done that. Let's go to program description, and that is section 1.5. 1.5. Do you guys feel like they clearly describe the program so that you would know? And I always like use the example, if you were sending your kid or your loved one that program, do you know what will happen from the point of intake to the point of them completing the program? Did they clearly define the program? Anybody want to give me a comment, please? And that is section, specifically, we're talking about section 1.5, question 4. Question 4.
To me, it just seems like they tried to wrap everything under the consultant umbrella. So I don't know what that really means, is what I'm getting consulted on. But
okay.
Maybe somebody else saw something different.
No, because it looks like they're trying to do case management, but can't case management be provided by another agency? Why would it be boys down?
They're super vague in this too. When they say family engagement, they're like, will help. We use the quick engagement intervention to engage family and services right away. It doesn't. It's very vague.
Okay. So the last thing in the program section we need to look at is the outcome data collection table. What did they actually accomplish? And that's section 1.6. So let's look and see what that is. So let's look at that and see what they reported here.
It's still vague.
It's,
Because a lot of this is the person or a family will report. So
so it's self-reporting.
which is inherently biased.
So is that Ryan, also just to get some other feedback, I'm a little bit mixed on it. It does say that the kids either remain in the school or they're promoted to the next grade level as a long-term. Ryan, what do you think about the outcomes?
I agree with Marilyn. I feel the short term are especially vague, but I would say keeping them enrolled in school is important. I personally, as an educator, don't think this is the program that's going to help them. Definitely not move on to the next grade level, because they're not talking about tutoring services. They talk about behavioral services, but they're not talking about real content for students, who are struggling.
But the program is primarily to deal with kids who have behavioral problems that doesn't allow them to effectively, participate in the school setting.
Right. But you see what I'm saying is that there's not that clear direction or lineage where that student is getting real services that they need. I mean, they have some of that mental health, but what about, tutoring, additional, enrichment, remediation activities? I think that's
okay. So you feel like as a program design, they didn't mention those two kinds of comprehensive services is what you're saying.
Exactly, because that's what's going to be determined on whether or not they are promoted to the next grade level, much more than anything else, is if they're meeting all their benchmarks and standards. And notwithstanding this year, but if they take an FSA, if they're third graders or they're seventh graders and eighth graders, ninth and 10th graders, can they get promoted to the next grade level? No. Now, there are some caveats in there with their IEPs and other things, but I just feel like that's a real determination, and those are the services that the kids really need too.
Just maybe clarification. Next year, they can actually, if they present the program next year, then they can explain their role in working with kids and how comprehensive are the services. That's a big part too. We didn't get a presentation. It makes it a lot more challenging probably. So,
Pat, I also had a question with social return on investment. They
yeah,
talked about 2 studies, but they didn't give the specifics. So I'm a little leery about, okay, you said you had the studies. What did it say? They just said that the report, that the results improve educational outcomes and reduce recidivism, but I don't see any numbers in there. So if you had a report and you had this study, then why didn't you give me some specific data?
Pat,
yes, ma'am.
I just have one other comment. In looking at what their mission is, which is to promote evidence-based programming to abuse, abandon, and neglect youth and their families. None of that is mentioned in terms of the Promise Zone and how they find those type of individuals to provide services to.
You're on mute, Pat.
I'm trying to figure out, is that a statement to write here or?
Well, yeah, they need to show us how what they're trying to do in the Promise Zone ties back to their mission. Because is it in keeping with what their mission is?
They do have a question in there that speaks to that.
Yeah.
And it still left you hanging. What is the mission
When
again,
they
Marilyn?
identify the demographics, they go by race, age, some other things, none of these things. And if their program is
Okay.
geared toward people with those types of issues, family dynamics, how do they go about identifying and possibly target those individuals?
Okay.
Pat, or we could say like no specific data was provided to corroborate the study or something like that.
Okay. Say that one more time, James.
No specific data was provided to corroborate the study, or something along those lines.
Okay. I'll fix this in spelling because I know I killed that spelling just now.
Right.
Okay.
We got you.
I ain't gonna worry about that.
Hey, also while we're going through all of these teams, if you guys have any adjustments that you want to make to your little worksheet things, now would be the time to go ahead and do it while we're going through everything. If maybe you had somebody that you thought needed improvement on something, but then after we go through and discuss it, we see that, oh, well, maybe that issue was addressed and it was just missed in our review, to make sure that we have all of our forms complete.
I want to go to the last section, the collaboration plan, and okay, that was section 1.4, question 3, and see if it takes to the. You said 1.4.
Yeah, it's on page, I think it's 32.
Is it section 1.4 though? I don't think it is. Probably it's 1.5, I think, the section.
It's 1.5 under program description.
Yeah. Okay. And it should
What
be the
number?
last chart.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And now,
1.5.
okay. Okay. So that's there. Ryan, do you think that the chart satisfies? I'm looking at that comment you made regarding collaboration. Do you feel like
and I was looking at it while you guys were talking about another
Right.
thing. And no, because all it's saying is these are the schools we're working with, and you know, they're not talking about other services. Like, I'll just start an example, like Rose. Rose is an excellent service, which a lot of schools use. They do additional remediation type activities for students who are at risk, who have learning disabilities, a bunch of different things. That's just an example. That's what I would have liked to have seen here. It's great, lots of mental health stuff, but I mean, like Leon County Schools, like they could have also put here working with their school psychologists and or their team of ESD specialists to diagnose learning disabilities, get them the help that they need, because their two key components are keeping them in school and promoting them to the next grade level. And while mental health is important, there's still a huge gap educationally that they're missing with this.
Okay, okay. So we will keep that comment then. I understand what you're saying now.
And Pat,
Just you want some more richer details. Yes, Dr. McGee?
I was gonna say, and based on what Ryan's saying, if you go back and look at their mission, there's no overlap between what their mission is, as stated here, and what they are saying they are doing.
So what do you mean?
Well, it just could be creep or whatever, but
Oh, okay, but okay. Just check the mission with the program. Although they've been operating this program for many years, just to let you know.
I mean, they have, but then when we
Yeah.
have these type of questions, there's something missing here in
Yeah.
terms of making that connection.
Okay, okay. I know I noted that here when I summarize. So let's move on to COVID-19 program implementation impact. Can they even administer the program right now? So let's look at what do they say? What's their plan for for working the program in the future? So how they respond to COVID-19. And we're really more concerned about this program, not the overall agency in our comments. The overall agency's ability to implement the program, what kind of measures and what kind of impact is COVID-19 having on the program?
Well, they did say they were limited in their ability to provide service virtually and via phone, in home and community.
So limited to provide in-home services.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, basically, they're providing, they transition to virtual or telephone. Is that what they're saying?
I thought they were also limited in that as well.
I didn't feel that they gave us a good enough example of how they're related with COVID to take care of these kids. It seems like they were like, okay, we're working on something, but I didn't see anything concrete. So I didn't feel comfortable with their response for how are they using, because this program seemed that it needs a lot of hands-on. It's a lot of, you have to really be active. So how are you going to get that service to these kids if you don't have a viable alternative for this COVID situation? I didn't feel they really answered that sufficiently.
Because I remember asking them, because they said they had limited ability to consult with their clients.
Exactly, and that's what I have.
Yeah, about
Yes.
savings in terms of money because of that. So.
Can anybody else hear? Or was no one talking?
That same question.
I'm writing. I was writing what they were saying. They just had a mouthful, so I'm trying to write.
Everybody must have been on mute. I was like, wait a second. I'm looking back at the application. I'm like,
Okay, so that's for COVID. So other collaborative services providers also limited. They've also, what do you offer? Okay, so we got that. Anything else that stood out with the about the COVID that I don't have up here? Do you think that's pertinent?
Well, I'm going to say this, and then you can tell me if you think it is. When I
Okay.
talked about cost savings, and they said, you know, they'd save money in terms of mileage and overtime and stuff like that, but that they operate at a loss and that money wasn't going to go back in to their budget. I guess it would go somewhere else or whatever, but that they prefer to face even if they save money going in. And to me, that's just not being a good steward of your resources if you prefer a more costly method that can be effectively done using a different approach.
I'm not quite sure, and I missed a few things you said because I had to put myself on mute so I could hear you better, but
Okay.
I'm not sure how to, and I'm not sure how to write that.
Yeah, well, that's why I was like, I'm gonna say it, and then you can say whether you think it's good to put it in there. Because if I were giving them money, they came to me to ask for money, and they're gonna do something that's more costly when they could do it this way here, that's less costly per client and probably serve more clients. I would wonder why they didn't take that approach.
So what direction did they take? Because that's what I missed when you were speaking. So
Well, 'cause I asked them, like, once COVID sort of subsides a bit, was there anything that they implemented during this current state of affairs that they would take going forward? And I think the answer was no, that they prefer face-to-face, even if there's a cost savings.
okay, probably not to say. I mean, I think that's kind of going into the program
Okay.
a little bit because there is a belief system that kids do better one-on-one contact. So that's probably going into a little bit into the weeds. Let's look at their CHSP funding request and see if they justify that CHSP funding request. That's Form 1, Section 1.1. And you'll say one full-time position.
My comment is they had most of this cost was going for the personnel and not for services. So I don't know if that's relevant, but I just noticed that.
Yeah, it's totally staff driven.
Yeah.
They want an increase of 28,000.
Mm-hmm. I think when I was talking about when you're talking about FTE, that's what I was talking about. That amount of money being spent specifically for staffing, but I didn't see anything going to the actual program. How's that gonna help the program per se? Just staffing.
Their argument is that the program is the staff person. Because that's what they'll probably argue, is that the program is driven by a staff person that coordinates those services and work with the family, work for the community. That would be the position of the agency, just to let you know.
I guess what I was looking at is,
but you would like some money put in direct service, client services?
Correct. I can see, because of course it's staff driven, but show me how, when you pay the staff, what are they gonna do? I mean, how are you going to spend that extra money to help these kids? It can't just be just to put somebody on payroll.
It goes, James, that's an excellent point. It goes back to being very vague too, that we're not seeing exactly, okay, they're going to contact this person, this person, this person, and that person. And while, you know, yes, I know these are at-risk kids, some are still within the school system, and there is usually a school social worker assigned to them too. I realize their caseloads can be huge, so having an additional person could help, but I'll be honest, it feels a bit duplicative to me of something they're already receiving.
You said it better than me. That's that's what I feel.
Yeah, I agree. They had another opportunity to spell that out also in number 4, where it says what would be lost if you didn't get the funding. They could have said we wouldn't have the person to do A, B, C, and D, which they didn't say it either. So.
And I know that this is because it's in the funding, and it's personally something that has irritated me a touch. Is my work used to sponsor Boys Town Gala, and I will just be honest, I don't like that they put down that they get almost $50,000 or the $200,000, because I don't believe their rate of return is that they're spending 500,000 and they're paying out 450,000. Just making numbers there. I've seen some of other documentation, so I question that a little bit. And it's the one thing out of all these applications that's bothered me a little bit, and I just want it to be known amongst the group.
Okay.
Thanks for sharing that. Can someone find out how many agents of clients they're proposing to serve this year? Because when we say that they don't substantiate it, because are they saying that they're going to substantially increase the number of kids served, or they're going to still the same level of services?
I think it was 35.
Yeah, 30 unduplicated.
Yeah.
So 30. So it's not. There's not no significant difference in the number of clients being served now and proposed for a full-time position. So that's another note. So to allow the person, they're just saying that they would allow the person to focus entirely on the chromosome as opposed to splitting their time with other clients. Okay. All right. The other, let's see. Have we done outcome data collection table? Yeah, we did that earlier, didn't we? Yeah, we did. We talked about that. Make sure. Okay, we did outcome. Okay, that's it. Let me summarize. Let me summarize what you've written about Boys Town. If you want me to add something, modify it, or delete, I can do so. Serving, just commend, the program does serve at-risk youth. That's a positive aspect of the program. They had good representation. 22 of 25 youth served reside in the promise zone. As for its program design, they need to provide additional details to define the program's target population. Instead of defining the type of youth the program proposes to serve, the agency gave demographics of clients previously served by the program. When we're talking about characteristics, really, and I want to put that, just that word, so it can buzz me, my memory when I have to write this. So we're really talking about characteristics when we're talking about demographics. Also, when referencing a study in the documentation of need, it would be helpful to also upload the document. The documentation of needs statement represents the poverty rate for promise zone is not specific to the needs of youth residing in the promise zone. The program description needs more specific details. The short-term and intermediate outcomes appear vague. How does the program assist youth with meeting their educational standards? That's something you ask them to clarify next year. Although the agency referenced studies in the SR social return on investment, no specific data was provided to corroborate the study.
Wait, Pat, go back, not cooperate, corroborate.
Oh, I know. I'm going to
Okay.
clean it up.
Okay, just making sure we, okay.
Yeah, I know exactly. That's why I
Yeah.
said I know I messed that word. So I'll put corroborate when I actually write it.
Okay, gotcha.
You want to spell it for me, and I'll do it.
It's RRO, right? And then BA, and then take out the E, put the A.
Okay, thank you. And I need to check the mission statement against the program. AC noted that it would work with a number of collaborators, collaborative partners. However, they did not state how. And I'll be more specific when I actually read the section, okay? It does not identify the specific partners and how the agency will work with each partner to address student needs. Impact. COVID-19 impact. Agency stated has limited ability to consult with their clients. Currently, the agency has transitioned to a virtual platform. It's a challenge now, big challenge in working with families who don't have computer or internet accessibility. And I think that so that was their comment. Justification for CHSP funding. Agency is requesting funding to pay for one full-time position along with their travel. Based on information presented in the application, the request for a full-time staff was not substantiated. Almost the same number of clients served presently are also the same number being proposed to serve. So there's no change in the number of clients that they're proposing to serve with the additional funding, basically. And now we'll go to Children's Home Society. And I think the only program, which program are we looking at? I don't remember because they dropped one of their programs. And I actually sent you guys an email about it.
We're just looking at early steps.
Yeah, okay. Just want to make sure. Let me take this out of this. So that's a currently funded program. So we'll have Ms. Marilyn also give us the feedback from last year's review team.
All right. Oh, the first one, see, providing in-home services ensures that the services are accessible to the target population. I think that's still a good thing.
So that's a number one.
Well, that would be because one was lack of agency representation.
So what number is this? The one that you just quoted? Number.
It says we want. The one we want to keep is number 2. Providing in-home services ensures that the services are accessible to the target population.
Ready for the next one, any others?
Well, I think their cost per client is still high, but I think what we wrote is, given that this is a case management program that connects clients with essential community resources, the cost per client rate appears high, and it said in the next grant cycle to explain the specific factors that cause the cost per client rate to be so high. And I don't remember us getting that, so let me look.
Are we talking, Dr. McGee, we talking about the last one, or we talking about this year? For the cost per client, because I didn't see it. I didn't see it for this year.
This year's cost per client is $53,363.
Okay. What section is that? I'm sorry.
It is the Form 2 navigation section 1.2.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey, Crystal, can you check the math on their cost per client rate to see if there was an error? Because I'm looking at it's saying over 53,000 per client.
And then it says 2,900.
What do you mean 29? So
At the bottom, it says that the per costs clients for this section is skewed as it is calculating the number of clients used for this specific funding, which is 28, divided into the entire early steps budget.
Okay, that's why I missed that. Okay, they have it in the other part. Okay.
So is that
You're saying that it calculated the numbers incorrectly, that it's really only 2,917.
Gotcha. Okay, that's what it is.
oh, they gave their whole budget and then they gave the demographics for the promise zone.
Right.
Okay.
That's what I was like.
Okay, I see.
That's
I
what
see. They couldn't break down the budget. Okay. Their client demographics they serve. Okay, 28.
When we get to the budget, I have to ask a question because that was my issue. What the program request was, what the total budget they were showing was different. So I was a little confused on that. But I'll wait till we get to the budget.
Okay. As for since we're in this section, section 1.3, I'm in Form 2, section 1.3, program client demographics. There are no census tracts given. That's a mandatory. It's all zeros.
Yeah, I thought they could submit without that.
No, promise owners are mandated to give the census tracts because everything is driven on census tract. Am I missing something, or do you see all zeros in the census tract form?
All zeros.
It is, but then they specifically reference census tracts in another section under section 1.4.
Hold on a second. You can see at the top of this form, it says all fields are required.
Mm-hmm.
That's mandatory that is put in that form. Okay. All right. So you say, Crystal, you said it's somewhere else, but I guess when we go into that section, because we have to go into the program anyway. So we'll just keep that thought. And when we get into the program parts, the narrative parts of the program, then we can address that. Marilyn, are there any other comments that are carried over from last year that are applicable to us this year?
No, they only had 4.
Okay, that was short. So let's go ahead and go into the program now. And the same section. So we're looking at documentation of need, target population, program description, and outcomes for those. That's in the program section, okay? So the first section will take us to section 1.4, form 2. So we'll go there, see if they
My notes there is they did not provide substantial curriculum. I didn't feel the curriculum was spelled out.
okay. Okay, just say they clearly identified.
Hey, and I'm sorry if this was already talked about, I had to step away for a second. When they say that the program has no income eligibility requirements, that's very confusing to me, because when they talk about the person down here, when they say the day in the life of someone that was impacted and even will collaborate with other agencies, I myself have triplets, and I was not provided any of these services because I make too much money. So I'm very confused by that piece there, unless something has changed, because income is an eligibility requirement.
That might be hard for us to put on there because, you know, because that's your history. Because does the application conflict itself anyway regarding eligibility or income requirements? How long ago?
I haven't seen it about 8 years ago, but I mean, I've worked with early steps before, and there are always income requirements, income eligibility. Does anyone else see that? Because I'm not seeing it in any of the other part of the application.
It's saying it has no. Yeah, it's in the application. They're saying that it has none.
It says the only eligibility requirements is that a child must meet or being between the ages of birth to 36 months and having a developmental delay or an established condition that is likely to lead to a developmental delay.
Yeah.
But it does say that many of the clients served are Medicaid eligible, and that is an income requirement.
I don't want to confuse anybody. It just was something that, from my own
Stuck
experience,
up for your own.
it seemed exactly. It seemed to conflict itself. So I don't know where to even to put that in there. Maybe I don't know.
Now, just thinking outside the box, they may not have a requirement, but they may internally, if you have 10 applicants, choose the one that's more in need as far as financial, even though they don't say that specifically. They may not have an actual income requirement, but they may still do it internally without putting it in writing. I've seen that happen.
I think that's an excellent way to put it, James, is that if they get 100 people who apply to early steps, they obviously would prioritize it in income need first and foremost.
Right, even though they don't put that in their actual,
application. Yeah. Pat's putting it does. How do they determine prioritization of clients or services? Yep, that's excellent.
Yeah, but I think the other thing to remember is that, I mean, typically somebody that is residing in the premise zone does have limited income. That doesn't necessarily mean that they are all income restricted.
No, I agree. No, I agree. I'm saying that
But our program is just to determine the needs of the promise zone and make sure the funding is going to the promise zone, not necessarily income restricted individuals.
No, I agree 100%. I would just say in the case of an individual, they have like 10 individuals, they may not say this externally, but internally, they may just look at those that have a more financial need versus other people, all things being equal, that everybody else qualifies. So I'm not disputing that, what you just said.
So we'll just put it back on, we put it back on them to answer the question, okay?
Right.
All right. Okay. So they clearly define the target population. Let's look at the documentation of need. Again, we're still in, we're on form 1.4 in section B, documentation of need, question 1.
Pat,
Yes, madam.
I just think it's kind of broad. I mean, there's citing national data, looking at the specific conditions where this may be and statewide data. And they have a little bit of Leon County, but not a whole lot. Not sure how many clients they would have specifically in the promise zone.
So again, to the group, these census tracts, how do we know they're in the promise zone based on what they sent us? Is that, do we basically make sure that these tracts are actually in the promise zone?
Sala does that even when they do quarterly reporting to her and Virginia, because they have to do quarterly reports and year-end reports to us, and they have to report on the census tracts.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so now we'll look at program description. Let's see if I'm out of. Let's look at program description and give me some feedback on the program description. That's section 1.5 of the application. Did they clearly define the program?
Yeah, I think they did in a wordy way, though.
Yeah, word is.
Yeah, it's very wordy. They said some of what they're gonna do and who they're gonna refer people to.
Okay. And next is, we're going to go to the outcome data collection table, and that is section 1.6.
Pat, I think this is one where the goals didn't have the numbers in them.
Oh, okay. So we'll look and see what they have now. So that's page 1.6 for everyone.
Mhm.
And we can go directly to section B. I think, James, you've been looking at social return on investment. So since once you start, you got to do it for all. So
Yes,
all, let's see what they say here.
Okay.
Right now, the rest of us are looking at the outcome data collection table. Okay. Doesn't make sense. Oh, this is one they. Oh yeah, I remember this now. They didn't give us any date. They left the numbers out. The long-term outcome findings does not have any numbers in it. Just a dashes.
Yeah.
Exit program, other blank children experiment.
Okay, and then to the social return on investment, they say for every dollar invested, they get $7.16 back in return, and that they save additional 20 to 30,000 per student on average. So I don't know.
What? They say what now?
They say for every dollar invested, it's estimated to save $1.16. So it's $1 to $7.16 actual return.
Who determines that?
Well, that's the thing. That's just a statistic they have for Florida State First Words Project. That's what they quoted, but I mean, I don't have it in front of me to say where we can
Okay,
validate that. But that's what they're saying. That's the question I asked. Like, how do we validate that if they have a report that it's valid? Unless we have the actual report to look. Like Crystal was saying.
Okay. Yeah, this is. I see what they're saying. It's
Right.
okay though. It's okay.
It makes sense. It sounds good, but like I said, based on what they're saying.
Okay. They're saying, well, we know it costs a lot more money to serve kids with special needs.
Right.
And they're saying early intervention with children is considered an investment.
Right. And they say they're saving on average 20 to 30,000 per student, so that's pretty good, I would think. I guess it's relative to whatever you're looking at, but that's a good change if you think about the investment.
Okay, good.
Can I say something about this though?
Yes.
We're doing early steps in the ages 0 to 3.
Oh yeah.
They're citing for social return on investment, talking about prison inmates and mental health. How does that relate to this?
They look at they would just leave it off.
Okay.
It's too much confusion. We don't want to say something. It's too much. There's because it's in reality, if you can stop a kid from, let's say, going to prison, or stop a kid or help a kid get promoted, you can show a direct correlation between that kid and maybe prison. Anyway, it probably just needs more information.
This have been other program that we didn't review in terms of social return or something. I guess because I'm just trying to figure out if someone has cerebral palsy or autism, how we, I guess, got to that piece and are citing mental health in prison statistics.
Well, I think maybe they're saying that if they provide these services to the children, then the parents are less likely to have to, go to extreme measures to get services or to provide. I mean, it is a little muddled, but.
Yes, I want to add something to that. It's a preventative, and when you get kids tested early, you can see what problems may are coming up, so that parents are able to get assistance earlier and not waiting until they get into first grade or kindergarten to decide, oh, my child has a big problem and nobody knows about it. And the statistics do show that a lot of our children who are not properly pre-diagnosed are in prison because they weren't diagnosed early on. So it does make a big difference in telling the stats about them going to jail or mental health behavior because they didn't get the care early on.
But this relates to the Family Connections program and not the Early Steps.
Well, Early Steps does the whole family. The child is the whole family. So they not only just look at the child, they look at the whole family, what's going on in the household. Is grandfather the one who's the care provider for this child? And so their speech is slow because grandpa talks a little bit less and not as fluent. So they look at not just the child, they look at the child, but they look at the surroundings of the child and what's going on in the atmosphere. Not they live in this predominantly area where they're seeing gunfighting and it makes them scared to speak, so they don't talk. You have all of the different issues that they're looking at when they do evaluations.
Wow.
Speaking from that is having foster kids who come from different areas and what Early Steps has done with different children.
But I thought we weren't reviewing that piece, or because there's two different program outcomes.
No, we are reviewing Early Steps, and that is early intervention.
It says it's Family Connections because there's two different sets of outcomes and everything in this document. Because
I know, but they removed the Family Connection. Remember, they basically only are asking for funding for early. They're asking for funding. And Sala, confirm me if I'm right on your spreadsheet, Sala. They're only asking for funding for Early Steps. Remember, we talked about that. I think they actually they submitted two programs, Family Connections and Early Steps, and they withdrew Family Connection program. So we're only looking at the Early Steps program.
Yeah, the data is still here. And so that's why I was like, which one are we talking about?
Oh yeah. Yes, but if you hit that one program, Early Steps, it should only be about Early Steps.
It's removed. I'm sorry if you have another version.
Oh, okay. Because the document I'm looking at has 61 pages and it has both programs in it.
Right.
And then
I'm looking. It's easier to see it online because you probably got a hard copy, but it's separate. It's separate. So Sala, what did you just say? I'm sorry.
The current spreadsheet doesn't have it, but when I send you the ranking spreadsheet, it won't have it either because that's where I get it from.
No, what I'm asking is what the program that's on Team 10, how much money is allocated to Early Steps?
Oh, you're asking for the amount. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm referring to the spreadsheet.
Early Steps they requested 42,000.
What is the current funding?
30,000.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Now we're just referring. They gave you two programs, and afterwards they pulled one program out. So we're only doing Early Steps program, and it's a separate section in the application. Those are two separate sections.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure because when I heard about prison, I was like, what would that have to do with developmental disabilities? So I just wanted to
it has to do with early intervention.
But see, there's on page 31 of this thing that I'm looking at, when it talks about social return on investment, and it says in terms of purely financial costs, children born with developmental disabilities increase the burden on society and their families. And this addresses specifically that social return on investment for the program. I think because of how this is put together, and if we all pulled it from the same place, it's easy to confuse programs because they're both in here.
Well, it's saying
I don't have that document. I'm just based on what they wrote, I guess they I don't see all of that, but I understand what you're saying, Dr. McGee, but I don't, right now, when I see, as far as number 2 on that section, they just talked about the actual, this actual program. So
They
maybe
talked
they
about
mixed
steps or the other one.
early steps. Yes, ma'am.
All right.
So that's all I saw. So I guess you have another document I'm not seeing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me
So,
delete these other pages out of here.
yeah.
Right.
You probably got the comprehensive version of it.
Let's go ahead and move on. It's probably not enough. We kind of talked about it, so let's move on so we can go to another agency. So let's look at we still need to look at the outcome data collection table and make a comment about that. So I'm gonna finish that up.
Yeah, I think that's the one where they left out the numbers, Pat.
Right. Okay. So that unfortunately that turns into a finding.
Mhm.
And what section is that? 1.6, Pat?
1.6, and that's section B, outcome data collection table.
Okay.
I mean, you can decide. Do you guys want to turn? Did they have problems with the outcome data collection table last year? You can decide if you want to just put it as a concern, or do you want to make it in a finding? Because they gave you outputs for the short term and the intermediate, but they didn't give you the data for the long term.
Right. I would like to lessen the severity and point it out like they do in audits.
This time, unless
Yeah.
it becomes a problem for next year.
Yes, ma'am. I don't want to, let them know, but not to the point where it may be detrimental.
Okay. All right. Now let's go on and talk about how they're implementing the program in response to the COVID-19. Okay. Any highlights that you want to note about that?
For an agency
And
that
this
was
is,
Talked about telehealth too.
so they've transitioned to telehealth. I'll get my notes. Okay. Okay. And any other comments? I'm ready. This. Eight. No, I got close. Oh, children's homes. One I can't find. I'm looking for the wrong thing. Any other comments for that section for how they're responding to the COVID-19? No, I can't see what I'm looking for. My brain is tired. Whew.
I had a question, but it was out of the realm as far as transportation is concerned. I didn't talk about accessibility, in case they have to travel or that kind of stuff for the kids. I know they've been a financial issue for children in the promised land, so I don't know if that's important to ask them about something like that.
Oh, this is a in-home service program normally.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, so it's not so anything, do you guys have any other major point, or is this it that they transition services to telehealth? Do they speak anything about families in the promise zone having the technological capability so that they can effectively participate in the telehealth sessions, for example?
I don't recall them.
I didn't see
You guys
anything.
have nothing. You have nothing
I
else in
don't
your
remember.
notes, really?
I have something about Zoom Monday, Wednesday, and Friday serving 80%.
So that they're continuing to serve about 80% of the clients.
Yes.
That's important.
It was just what I put down was the telehealth because they're doing the OT, the PT, some of those telehealth. And my assumption is she kind of commented on it, but some of them were still actually getting services. Did anybody put that down? So I was thinking that meant in person. I should have clarified that, but I didn't.
Okay, we won't worry about it. I'd rather not put anything down than put something down inaccurate. So let's look at the CHSP funding requests, okay? And that's section 1.1.
I had that increase from 42,000 to 42,000 from 30,000.
Yeah, but if you look down on number 4, they're actually negotiating and they're willing to take less.
Okay.
And they spelled out what it was being used for too, better
Yeah.
than some.
So they're asking for a full-time staff. Can someone look at, okay, they're serving right now. They're serving at least the last fiscal year, they served 28 clients. Are they proposing to serve more clients?
Well, they're
Because
still at 35, so it's just an increase of 7, which, I mean, given the needs, it could be a lot.
Okay, so they're proposing to serve additional seven additional clients.
Mhm.
What's
Which
that
is a
number?
20%, approximately 20% increase.
So
What's that
35.
specific number?
35 unduplicated.
Okay. And they said that, okay. And then down here, they're saying that Krista was saying that they're seeing what they can negotiate. So they need a minimum of 70% of the position. But okay. So they did clearly they gave you a breakdown of the CHSP funding requests. Well, partial, because they didn't give you all of the numbers. Anyway, so let me summarize this agency and then let me know if it's anything pending that you want to include, okay? So right now, they're providing another attaboy by providing the services in-home. It makes it accessible to these families. They did not complete the census tract data collection table, not table, but yeah, the table. They did not give us the specific census tracts of their clients. Since the agency states that the program has no eligibility requirements, determine how does it prioritize clients? Anyway, we're just going to turn that into a question to get clarification next year. As far as program design, they clearly define the target population. Most of the data provided in the documentation of need states cites state and national data with limited local data and no data specific to the census tracts in the promise zones. They clearly describe the program. We just note that early intervention does result in positive social return on investments. Agency did not input the data for the long-term outcome in a data collection table. They've transitioned all services to telehealth, and they're requesting it one full-time staff, and they are also proposing to increase the number of clients that they serve. So that's kind of in a nutshell. Any other pending comments you want to add? Or we'll move to the next. Good news. This is a new program, so there is so you do not have an award letter for this agency. So everything we're creating right now, okay? I need to get some energy juice, y'all. I need some, and I drank coffee thinking, okay, give me, and I even took my B12 to get some extra energy. But I've been doing this for every day almost for 30 days. I've been doing this, and I think I'm kind of tired. My brain is tired.
They put on this one, you were going to check to see if they were receiving funding on the senior services team.
They are.
Yeah, I couldn't find a difference. I mean, when I asked the question, I didn't think they articulated it very well either. They made it seem like since they was already serving people in the promise zone, that they should be able to get the funding for the promise zone.
I think we may have to go into their program, because the way he spoke to me about it, because I did talk to him about it earlier, was that he was saying that they would expand the program into a certain targeted areas of the promise zone, because you can expand services, just like America's Second Harvest. They're expanding. They have their regular routine, but now they've got food banks located throughout the promise zone, and they're doing food distribution throughout the promise zone. So did the application demonstrate that at all?
I guess for me, because I only had 2 clients in the promise zone, or that.
And it really doesn't matter if you're currently serving clients in the promise zone. Mm-hmm. For a program that we're funding you for the entire county. That is already, I mean, it's irrelevant. We're not trying to get you extra money because some of your clients are promise zone clients. We're trying to say, expand beyond what you already do and make those services so that, let's say if you target a specific neighborhood in the promise zone, right? So you're actually changing the lives of people and the social conditions of persons within a neighborhood itself. And that's what
I think on their application, it's important to recognize it is a new program, and it says that their goal is to sign up 120 new participants in the promise zone specifically for these services. So, I mean, that's what they're looking to do, is to get 120 new low-income seniors who live in the promise zone that they'll provide assistance to.
And they talked specifically about the subsidized senior housing. I know that is in a neighborhood, but that is within the promise zone. So it might be where they're targeting it.
Okay, so they're demonstrating the fundamental objective of promise zone, whether you create a whole new program or you expand services specifically to the promise zone. So they meet that criteria, okay? Based on the goal. So let's go ahead and just jump right into the program.
And I think we should note that they do have a very good source of collaboration with other agencies where they are getting a lot of their their food and the supplies that they are doing the delivering for.
Okay. Hey, Marilyn, what comments are on last year's award letter? Anything that we need to address?
Well, I didn't find one for Good News Outreach for NRT.
Oh, that's right. We have no, yeah, they're on two other teams, so my brain slipped. Yeah, there is no, yeah, this is their first time applying for this team. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. So you want to just go right into the program? Let's look at the program documentation of need and those type of the same sections that we have to look at. We're asking for 18,000 for senior service. That's they're proposing to do a lot with a small amount of money, huh? Say extra. I'm not team. Make sure I'm on the right team.
I think they're asking for 15,000.
Yeah, I got they're on a different team, and I pulled their application up from a different team, so I'm correcting myself right now. Yeah, 15,000.
And looking at that budget, it's like some of the things they would need to have already to operate. And now we're going to cover some of those costs.
Like what particular are you speaking about?
Well, rent and utilities, wouldn't they? Because unless they're going to a new facility.
Well, what they normally do is shared costs or is what they do. That's kind of typical for nonprofits. Whenever they have a program, there are going to be some basic administrative costs, and they will actually charge some of those costs to those basic categories like utilities, because they're going to have to be able to store food. It's acceptable accounting.
Yeah,
for nonprofits.
Well, no, I'm just
it's
they're
an
already
indirect.
doing it, but like, what did they charge for the?
Oh, okay. Very little. They get about on the other team for this program. Sala. On the other team for this program, I think they might get 10, 12,000 on the other team. Very low.
Okay.
Very little money.
I think because of their collaborative efforts, like their costs are super low for the amount of services that they do provide.
It's excellent. $18.49 per client. I mean, that's unheard of. I was impressed actually about that. The actual average cost per unit. And going back to what Pat was talking about, that indirect cost is a general cost that's divided between all the activities. So that's even at that, that's a pretty good rate. Because you have to show your indirect costs for all the other components that you have, the other programs. So
right.
They really do a good job. They're doing an excellent job.
It's on accounting.
And this is a new program, so they're not going to do food with this new thing. They want to provide nutritional supplements, hygiene products, reading glasses, and they need all the
delivering groceries as well.
But that's what they already do. This is a new piece they wanted to add.
Right.
So, are you going into the program description, Marilyn? That
is section 1. It was the justification that I was looking at. But that's where they stated that's what they were looking to do was this new program.
What section?
What they want to pay. That's what they want to use our funding to pay for.
Right.
Well, I'm looking at section 1.5, and it says that their objective is to deliver groceries each month.
Well, under section 1.1 CHE program funding request justification, where it goes under information justification question 4.
Okay, hold on, y'all. You can't let. You know what? We're gonna have to. Let's kind of go in a certain order because it kind of does. I think it'll help us because we're kind of going back and forth. It takes more time. So if we could focus on one aspect. So because I think it's better to look at the program first and then look at the budget, what they're asking us for, because then we're going to look at the program description and see if is it in alignment with what they're asking us for funding for, so that we're not. I think that's important to look at the program first. So let's go ahead and go into the section 1.4 and let's look at that section of the application and see if they clearly define the target population and the documentation of need, and then we go into the program description next.
I feel they described the target population really well. They described the the socioeconomic amounts, how many people. So I think they did a good job in that demographics. And they talked about the senior population that they'll be assisting.
They actually probably did I'm gonna say they thoroughly defined that one.
No, because I just cut and paste for 1, 2, and 3, basically the same stuff.
What was that? Are you talking about in the different questions? They put that. Well, that's a different issue. We gotta. I don't know why they did that. Let's see why they did that. Because it's okay. They kind of like special needs. They could have just said seniors. They're probably overdoing it, but if they had put something in number 2, they could have just put seniors or NA. So it's okay. It's not like they didn't answer the questions.
Yeah, I think they actually.
But I just don't. I would prefer it was a bit different.
Yeah, they didn't need to put anything there. They could have just put in number 2. They could have just put in A. But actually, they should have just put seniors here. But it is seniors. They just giving you everything again.
They could have put what they needed.
They could have put one word in there. They could have put seniors.
Yeah.
And then they're doing the income again. Okay, let's look at documentation of need. And that's what section that's in.
Mm-hmm.
They have pretty good overall data. Just want to probably give us some more specific data about the targets, the chromosome itself.
Pat, I think if we choose to fund this program, that next year's application, should they choose to apply again, will actually have some more of that documentation that we're kind of looking for this year. But since it's new, it's just not there. This is just what they're anticipating on doing.
Right.
Yeah, I agree.
And I want to note too, in their application, they're saying that their target goal is 120 unduplicated seniors. So to me, that means that they're not like trying to double dip, basically. That these are going to be 120 new clients that are not receiving services under any other program.
Right, exactly. That's how I interpret it too.
Are there 120 available unduplicated clients?
I would venture to assume that there's probably
Far more,
multiple times that in
far more. I mean, far
served on the
more.
senior team one year, and I mean,
Mhm.
it was just heartbreaking.
Hunger is a real issue for seniors. Not, yeah, yeah, there are plenty.
I think this is, correct me if I'm wrong, team, but this is one of the only ones that's dedicated to seniors. We have lots that are dedicated to children, youth, birth to, I would say 18, but this is the only one that really dedicates itself to somebody who's 55 and over.
Right. And another thing that I remember in their presentation, which kind of like, you don't really think about it. They say a lot of those seniors are very proud and they don't let people know, but they really need these services. So, when I looked at the costs and what they're doing for these shut-in seniors and who need that type of assistance, I think it's pretty good. But next year we'll really tell, because if that 120 is not 120, then we got to really look at it. But I think that it should be noted that this is one of those populations that is not really served, and we don't really talk about it. The shut-in senior citizens that need that type of service.
Pat, you're on mute.
Yeah, I just said well stated. I've gone on home visits on the south side with some of the seniors, and what you see sometimes will be heartbreaking to you.
Yep.
And we found a senior. I just was riding with a case manager, and that older gentleman hadn't had a meal in a few days, and he was in a wheelchair with no legs. And the first thing we came in there, because someone had called adult protective services, because they were concerned for his welfare, thank God. And so when we got there, the first thing he did, instead of being afraid of us, he's like, "Can you please get me some food first before we talk?" And so we went out and got him some food and came back. And then the caseworker dealt with the situation, but it's a lot more than we could imagine.
Yep.
I'll take the Promise Zone over seniors any day.
We're talking about the sadness of it.
Yeah. I mean, the Promise Zone is gut wrenching, and your heart goes out. But I can't handle the seniors. I'll end up sending my paycheck over, and
I can imagine. Me too.
Yeah. It's definitely a neglected section or part of our society.
Yeah, because then I think about my own grandparents, and then I get mad because I'm like, well, where is their family?
Well, I'm my dad's medical surrogate. So, and one thing I've learned from being it's very intensive because they have complicated medical problems. But one thing what really bothered me the most, and then my sister takes care of his money. She's his financial manager. I'm his legal and medical surrogate. And what I wonder is what in the world happens to seniors who don't have that?
Right.
There's no way to navigate this world. I'm telling you, they can't. It's very few that can navigate the medical system. It's impossible. That's one thing I would like to see one day. Is someone propose a program to CHSP to fund that deals with navigation services targeting just the seniors? Because there's so many seniors that don't have people like myself and my sister and other people like Crystal. And that is a huge missing element in our society.
Right.
I'm in the industry, and as you know, with my mom, when I had to take care of her when she was here, I'm in the industry, and it was tough navigating the whole system with medications and medical and Social Security and disability and everything.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, they have the fraud implication.
And then I'm an MSW, so and I have a hard time. So it's like, It's real. So I really want someone to come up with an idea. I'm gonna have to promote that and prompt somebody to do that. Because I've never seen anyone propose a navigation program for seniors.
Yep.
And it's critical. And they need it now more than ever before because they're
Right.
isolated now on top of it. Okay, going on. We got are we okay? We had our campaign for a moment, Miss Marilyn, Dr. McGee.
All right. Have your moment.
Okay, we're going. Let's do our COVID-19. Then we used to do this if we were together, but we do a little bit. Every now and then your heart has a play a little bit, you know.
Yeah.
But I'm glad we talked about actually. I'm serious. I'm going to actually Africa. I'm actually going to go after some agencies and ask them to do
Let's
it.
do it.
I'm real serious about that.
Let's do
Let's look at the COVID. I'm ready. The COVID response to about their ability to provide services. What do they? Any major comments you want to write about the COVID response?
I think they were leaving the grocery store now, and because they didn't want to infect the clients, and they're saying their clients are more isolated, but they still reach out to them, just not in the way they could before. So it's nice that they are maintaining that connection since a lot of them don't see other people.
Anything else that was substantial that you noticed? I think they said that actually they've increased the delivery of food support, right?
What, 300 was that the one 380%? Because I have something on down here.
Because that's been, I think one thing to note that's kind of unique that they are actually delivering groceries, which as we'll see with seniors, that's one of the big issues with this COVID-19 is the challenge of it's already challenging to go to grocery store, but now it's dangerous for them to go to grocery stores. Dealing with that, my dad, he loves to go to the grocery store. That's his little outing, but now he's in South Florida. It's getting too dangerous for him to go to the grocery store. My brain isn't. I won't even try.
I just have to say too, y'all know I always peruse and really scour over the budget. They have such a lean salary budget, and they do what I think is so much. I don't know where we would put that. I don't know if you all agree, but to me, it's a testament that they're really doing something with not a lot. It reminds me. Oh, sorry, James, go ahead.
No, that's my sentiment. I'm a rookie here, but when I look at this, it's like the bang for the buck is the best out of all the programs I've seen. I mean, it's almost like, wow, they got to be commended that they provide a great service for a reasonable price. So I felt the same way.
I completely agree. It reminds me, I don't remember, I know it was group number 4 when I did this the last time, and it reminds me a lot of the sickle cell. I don't know if any of you have been on that team before, but those women were doing amazing things, just like Good News Outreach, with such little funding and helping so many really needy people too. And this just bang for the buck. I like that, James. That's perfect.
And I wanted to add one thing since I'm responsible for social return. That they have 120 clients they intend to deal with, and on average, they're going to save the healthcare system, according to what they say. Okay, it's not corroborated, but $740,000. And I think back to the cost savings and the bang for the buck, just dealing with 120 clients that don't have to deal with the you know, the outward issues and stuff that we all talk about, that's a phenomenal saving that per year. So I looked at that and they said 96 of the seniors will become more independent, you know, because those services they can depend on. So I thought that was a great uh, social return as far as investments for our senior citizens.
Let's look. So do you think they clearly, okay, do you think they clearly describe the program, looking at the program elements? Okay, they thoroughly define the target population. How about the program description?
I mean, I think they outline, I think they provided a very good application.
That's-
Okay, all right.
They got 4 objectives, and all objectives are good objectives for senior citizens. So I think it was clearly defined.
Okay, now let's look at the measurement framework and see what their proposed outcomes are for the seniors. That would be in section 1.7 of the application. Because this is a new program, so we're going to look at what their measurements are.
They're very clearly defined. They talk 90% of our 120 clients will remain in their current living situation, et cetera, down to long term too.
Right. Yep. Definitely.
I mean, I have to say, quite honestly, I think they may have the clearest outcomes. What do you all think? I mean, it's
Say that again.
really,
I'm sorry.
I think they have some of the clearest outcomes of any of the agencies.
Yep. I think they did a great job of at least telling us what they're trying to do, showing us a need, and actually doing a very long course. So overall, I thought they did an outstanding job of what they're trying to do. And it's definitely a need in senior citizens in the promise zone. I was impressed. Now, whether they can do it or not, that's another story. But because this is a new program, we know by next year, I still by looking at the matrix to make sure they met 120 and all other stuff they plan to do. Other
We'll know that in the contract. We'll be measuring that every quarter in the contract. So we actually contract with them.
Okay.
Pat, are you on mute?
It's hard. I got to get off. I have to be off because for some reason I affect Maryland's sound quality and then I forget to get back on.
Oh,
We need to look at the justification for the CHSP funding request now. And that's section 1.1. That's where you were at, Maryland, at the beginning. We're going back to where you were. So now let's look at it. Now that we know what the program is proposing to do, now let's look at the context of the funding request, okay? Program assistant.
it's extremely well planned out. I mean, everything that they have, what the pantry assistant, program volunteer coordinator, director of operations, I mean, small amounts, like it's all there.
And it's a very small percentage of the overall program that they're asking for funding for this area.
You know what's interesting? I just realized the way that they've done it, that's different. They are actually showing the pro rate between the two programs on the two teams, so you can actually see that this program, this component here of Promozone has its own independent budget by prorating. You can see that a lot more clear.
I like it. Maybe they can train some of our other agencies.
Well, I have to admit that he did come and seek extensive TA.
It shows.
Yeah.
They're allowed to, right, Pat?
Oh yeah.
They can get-
in
yeah,
fact,
that's what I thought.
not
Yeah,
only allowed, we actually
encouraged.
we set aside our schedule. They're prioritized during the CHSP grant cycle, that 5 to this time 7 weeks or whatever. If they call, we will drop everything we're doing to respond to the agency. Yeah, absolutely.
It shows that they're
All right.
being good stewards of dollars too. That's a huge thing.
Well, I appreciate when they do that, quite frankly, because it shows me a lot. It just means that some folks want to do things the right way, and they're ready to learn. So good news overall. Excellent collaborative partnerships. Only program that targets seniors. The agency provides a high level of services with limited resources. They demonstrate an ability to effectively leverage limited funding while addressing fundamental community needs. Mouthful. My mouth is dry. Their goal, the program design, we've already talked about that goal, to serve at least 120 new clients that reside in the Promozone. Excellent cost per client rate. Objective is to deliver food monthly. Thoroughly define the target population. Overall, provided detailed documentation. Next year, please provide a breakdown of the number of seniors residing in the targeted census tracts that the program proposes to serve. That's a suggestion. You're trying to strengthen and improve the agency and the programs. Only program, okay, we already talked about that. I guess I got that in 2 ways, but the only program that delivers groceries to low-income, food insecure seniors by helping seniors remain in the home. Good social return on investment are realized by this program. Clearly document the need, clearly describe the program, provide measurable, meaningful outcomes in the short term and intermediate. And we only I made a suggestion for them to also include an outcome that really is an output because they're supplying basic needs. And then as far as the COVID, that the program is going on and they're delivering food at the front door to protect the safety of the seniors. And they clearly explain and document the need for CHSP funding. And this is that new program, new agency. So what we said earlier, we're going to stick to the same routine. If you have no intentions of funding an agency, we don't need to spend an exorbitant amount of time on it.
I would encourage them to apply to the Bridge program and that they're ready for CHSP.
Well, now they're not eligible for the bridge because they just applied for CHSP. So
I concur that they did not provide sufficient information. It was spotty at best. They didn't show a need directly. So I concur with Crystal that I would not fund this agency at the time. Perhaps they need to deal with the bridge next year and see what happens.
Not even the bridge now. Like, I just think that they need to kind of figure out which direction that they're going, that I couldn't determine whether or not they were addressing homelessness or was it job placement, like exactly where they were getting their clients from regarding the promise zone. They don't do any fundraising clear on their budget. They have no volunteers, and they're right at the top at 25% for their admin costs.
Right. I would suggest that they piggyback or work with another successful agency and maybe learn the ropes. That's another suggestion.
Needed to develop some relationships too, because everything was we will. Seem like
Right.
they need more relationships before they ask for some
Right.
money.
Yeah, that's what I said. They need that.
So, Pat, in summary, just no.
But the positive thing, get with somebody who know what they do and learn from them. That's the bottom line to me. You have a good idea, but you need to get with those veterans to make sure you can make it something, put it into something that will work.
So that the dream becomes a reality.
Exactly.
Pat, can we just say like they don't have the sufficient infrastructure to achieve program outcomes and list all these reasons why?
Yes.
Yeah, that's good.
Say that one more time, Dr. McGee.
Agency does not have sufficient infrastructure to meet the desired program outcomes.
Great.
Well stated.
Excellent.
Okay, I think that's good. We'll move to the next one.
Who's next?
But that's another new program. That's Big Bend Homeless Coalition's Refire Culinary Program.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, they had a good turnout.
You know, talking about participation.
Yes.
Okay.
And I wrote that, I mean, that they have some good collaboration because of their location with the, you know, with the homeless shelter and everything. And I would like to commend them on their efforts of being totally funded by fundraising up until this point. Because I know the program has been in existence for a couple of years.
You wanna commend them for what again, Crystal? That
So-
last comment.
Regarding their ability to be self-funded up until this point.
Oh, okay.
That they basically generated through fundraising and through donations to maintain and run the program. And now that they feel that it's up and running, I think that, you know, they're now going out and approaching, you know, CHSP and stuff for the funding to continue the program.
Let me see what that budget says, because I'm trying to think. Current year, for example. Oh, I gotta go into the right. Let me get into that application. Give me a second to pull that one up. And that is Big Bend Homeless Coalition. I have 1,000 programs on this team. Marilyn, I won't do that to you. I'll give you and Crystal a break next year, next time. No one should have to go through it. This is more than a notion, isn't it?
I think this is like my 5th year I've been on this team.
No. You've
Oh,
been, I mean, the first time was a 2-year funding cycle last time.
all right. So 4th.
Yeah. You've been on it all the time, huh?
Except for one, I think. But I don't mind it.
Well, this year I deliberately put the two of you back on this team because of the circumstances we're in this year. And we needed and we had to have that continuity of knowledge. So what I'm looking for is a budget. I'm sorry. Y'all got to forgive me today. I am absolutely mentally exhausted from doing this. So give me a little bit of a slack today. I'd love it if you would do it. Well, they're currently, when you said this program is independent, that's what I was trying to think. I'm looking at the current budget, Crystal, and they've been getting 52,000 from the United Way for this program.
Yeah, I have that.
So that does
I
not.
just meant like outside of CHSP, that they've been able to fund the program without utilizing or drawing down from the CHSP funding.
Why is that a compliment? I'm trying to understand that.
Well, I think they waited until, that the program was up and running before they sought funding in other areas, no?
I'm just trying to figure out.
I guess I have a more direct relationship with the Kearney Center and the refire program.
Okay.
I have a little bit of the background knowledge on it.
Okay.
Because, our agency does support pretty heavily over there in the area, and specifically with the shelter. So they've come in and done some presentations within our agency and kind of told us a lot about how the program got started and where they've gone from day one.
Okay, there we go. I got your comment. I was trying to figure out how to word it. Okay, let's move on to other. Do you any other overall comments, or we'll go right into the program?
I just wanted to say, just really quick, having a real classically trained chef be one of the participants or one of the teachers overall is absolutely huge. But if I understood her correctly, it sounds like she herself had been homeless as well. Like she's a client and she's also the mentor teacher. That's got to be absolutely powerful too. So, but a classically trained chef, as she said she was, to be teaching them, that will serve them well in getting jobs for sure.
Yeah, she even mentioned the relationships that she had with other business owners that placed people in jobs.
Yeah, that was my comment, is that, because I did ask her, what about the pandemic? And she's like, we're still placing people, we're still doing stuff. So I know that Pat will go under the COVID response, but I just wanted to piggyback off that.
And due to that, I think it adds credibility to the other students that if somebody like that did it, we can do it, and they got connections. So I agree with all of my team members. It's great. It's a great motivation and an example.
Okay. Okay, so we got that as one. Any other comments, general comments before we go to the program?
I have one that I would make in terms of like how they compare the recidivism rate for their participants to that of Leon County.
Mm-hmm.
I think they need to realize they are Leon County, so the more successful they are, the more successful Leon County is. So maybe they need to restate it and say, they contribute to reducing literacy levels in Warren County instead of comparing themselves to it.
Where's that at in section that you're quoting? Are you into the program parts?
Yep.
Okay, so let's go right into the program then. Okay. And what specific, do we want to go into the order that we've been going? And then come to that, what section is that in?
And B, documentation of need.
Okay, so let's go right into section Form 2, section 1.4. And we'll go ahead and look at the target population. That's we do need to document that this is a program, the funding that we have, again, is still specific to the Promise Zone. So I'm just hoping they did that. So let's look at the target population and then we'll go to the documentation of need. That's question 1, define the client demographics.
I don't think that they addressed that, and that I don't think the program is targeted specifically to the Promise Zone. And I mean, while more than 50% of their clients they're saying they're going to be Promise Zone residents, I mean, I personally don't think 65% is enough.
Mm-hmm. And it just depends on, I mean, they ask for amount, you decide how much you want to give. So based on what they can deliver to the Promise Zone. So those are kind of decisions you'll make too when you determine the funding.
One of the things that I liked was they were increasing, basically doubling the number of participants based on this funding from 26 to 50. That's almost 50%. So I like that part. Showing that
26 to 50. The only thing is they need to say if you're going to expand it, those slots need to be for Promise Zone residents.
Right. Right. No, I agree with that. Part of it would be they're increasing it, but they need to say that they're from the Promise Zone to make sure that that funding is used for them. But I was saying that the increase is great, but they need to tie it into the participants to make sure that they're using it. Because they're only saying 65%. So I guess 65% of that 24 additional participants, but they don't spell that out. They need to flush that out a little bit more. If that is the case, I'm not sure, but.
Pat, have they requested funding for this program on any other team? I mean,
no, they have not.
I mean, to me, I would almost think that, I mean, is there another team that they might be a better fit for other than the Promise Zone? Because I get it that they, have clients that are in the Promise Zone, but I don't feel like their program is directed specifically for the Promise Zone.
But here's my take on that. And I agree with what you said to a certain extent, but if you can get somebody or 24 additional participants and they can increase those members in the Promise Zone, I think this would be a good avenue for them to take because we want to reduce that recidivism rate and also give opportunities to the clients in these areas. Because a lot of times when they talk about employment, and this will be one of the ways we can increase that and decrease the recidivism. So it's a double-edged sword type of thing. But if they can get the number of people participating more than 65% and provide them with this type of training, I think it'll go a long way. I
definitely agree, and I see what you're saying. I feel as though our job is to make sure that all of these resources are being directed into the Promise Zone, and if they can't specifically say that this funding is going to specifically go to Promise Zone participants, then I don't know that they fit within our group. Because of the money that we're allotted, which is never enough. I think all of that money needs to be directed straight to the Promise Zone, not maybe Promise Zone. Right.
And I don't want to beat a dead horse, but the reason I was saying that is because in the writing it says at least 65. So maybe they have a way of increasing that to maybe 85. So because they said at least 65, I would, when I say giving them the benefit of the doubt, if they can show that they can get up to that higher percentage, the program itself, I think, is worth it. If you look at taking individuals off of, giving them employment, help to reduce recidivism, I think, and you increase that percentage, I think I would feel comfortable with that. But that's if they do that, because they said at least 65. So it's not like they at 65, maybe they can do something to increase that by 20%. And that's 85, 90%. And I feel more positive with that. That's what I'm getting at.
James, I think you're being way too optimistic.
Okay. Well, that's why I have y'all on the team, because y'all bring me back to reality, both of you.
No, I let you go sometimes, but I'm like, okay, I think in this case you're being a bit more optimistic, but we appreciate that though. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Let's look at the documentation of needs. So section 1.4B, documentation of need, question 1. And again, I'm still trying to explore the how this fits specifically to the promise zone. See what kind of language they're giving us.
Nope, only because it's in Leon County. That's the only
they just say citizens returning to Leon County.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And then they compare themselves to Leon County. So there's like no mention of the promise zone here.
We're talking about Leon County. They're talking about overall Leon County, but compared to their program. Wait a minute.
Let's look at number 4 though. And again, I don't want to be angry with what Dr. McGee's saying. I got to make sure I'm not giving them the benefit of the doubt. But number 4.
Hold on. You're jumping. Let's finish on 1 first, and then we'll look at 4. Okay. Just because if we don't, we got to stay focused. So let's look at 1 and see what 1 says. Then we'll look at what 4 says.
I mean, they're very general in saying that a majority have been residents of the promise zone. And then they go on to say that, again, at least 65% would be from the promise zone. And the cost of operating the program for the remaining 35% of participants would be covered using United Way's money.
Yeah, I saw that.
And, we don't like United Way.
I guess. No comment. I just think that even if you look at the documented need statement, it's focusing on the
county
ex-offenders, but it's not saying anything about promise zone.
That's why I said number 4 is contradictory, because I'm not giving it the benefit of the doubt. I'm gonna do like Dr. McGee and Crystal said. I'm gonna be cautious. But then number 4 gives them another perspective. If you look at what it says.
Hold on a second. I gotta write this, and then I can't hear you for this moment. Go only because I'm writing.
Oh, no problem.
I'm sorry. I think some of them just need to dig a little deeper too, because you could go and pull the data for those census tracts of the promise zone that are specific to your target population, like crime, and just really tailor it. But go ahead, James. Now you want us to look at number 4. So James wants us to look at number 4.
Can we have it on there? Because I know we've done it for other programs before, but can we suggest that they reach out to you guys for assistance in completing some of the specifics regarding like the numbers?
Yeah.
Because I really feel like had they done that and really gave us some good quality information, that your opinion of the program might have, gone differently.
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna look at, James wanted us to look at number 4 on that same section, so let's look at that. Oh, that's an example. That's what you were saying, Jay, where they give an example.
Right. But I agree with what Crystal's saying. They didn't flush out enough. So they may have not, they have not really buttressed their requests. But if they had talked with you and your staff, they may have had the information they needed to make it positive.
Yeah. I think what I don't know, and you guys help me with that. Are these homeless men that they're serving this program that are residents of? Where do they get the men? Where do they get the not the men, just men, but where do they? Maybe I got to look at the recruitment. Where do they recruit these people? How do they? Where do they come from as far as referrals?
They're using a wide kind of demographic or swath. Some of it is from felony conviction. They have a decent amount of partners too.
You said what about the partners?
They have a decent amount of partners there, but they had referenced Department of Corrections. Let me see who else too.
Their collaborations with the restaurants for job placement and so on and so forth. But I think it was a gray area as to, are they getting their referrals from the homeless shelter directly, or are they getting it from recently released inmates, or I think it was just a little vague.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out, how they're getting referrals from the Promise Zone itself. Like the systems within that. It's a lot of informal networks in the Promise Zone. So there's certain programs that are already targeting in those communities. Are they working with those types of, more like your grassroots kind of? I'm just trying to figure that out. So let's look at the program description now, section 1.5, and see. Resources. Did they clearly describe the program in the program description? And Yubi, you're good on that question. I'm gonna give you the section on program description.
Yeah, I thought they outlined it pretty well, but I mean, it was just the application of whether it applied to the Promise Zone. That was the only thing.
It's hard the fact that we're kind of trying to find it. It's that's the challenge. It's
Yeah, I mean, they outlined the first day. They outlined the program great.
Yeah, because even with number 6, they're saying eligibility requirements and fees. You must be 18 years or older with a felony conviction, but they still don't say you must live in the Promise. You must demonstrate that you have an address in the Promise Zone. It's still pretty generic.
Yeah, they're just anticipating that a percentage of the participants are going to be in the Promise Zone.
But not really making it be a Promise Zone program. Okay.
Can we make that like a suggestion that they prioritize the client? I mean, clients is where they live.
Right. That's what my mind is.
That's what this grant is for.
Well, yeah, no.
I think they had
in their program.
Yeah, I think maybe if they had dictated that, so they get referrals from Career Source Capital Region. So if they had gone in a little bit further and said, Career Source Capital Regional provides us potential participants from the Promise Zone, that might have made it a little bit more concise.
Yeah, and that's going back with the technical assistant from Patnam. Maybe they knew that if they had that, they could have put it in because it's not hard to get it. They just didn't concentrate on that in the actual application.
See, that goes back to here.
Right.
It's kind of it's interesting as we develop, because this is what the Promise Zone, and I really consider this still a developing type of initiative, because it's one of those debates I have in my brain in a way sometimes, because like we're trying to change the conditions in those neighborhoods, right? But then sometimes if people are proposing to serve people who have moved out of the neighborhoods, they're not in those neighborhoods anymore. They may be in homeless shelter, they may be wherever. How do we ever change the conditions in the neighborhood if we don't change the people who are residing in that neighborhood now? You know what I mean?
Right.
It's that catch-22.
Chicken and the egg. The chicken and the egg.
Yeah. And so that's a challenge. And I think I know that the programs can meet that challenge, but they need to really understand what that means.
And Pat, piggybacking on what you said, let's say they go to the homeless shelter or they go to another area, but they want to come back to the Promise Zone. So it's a catch-22, because it's like,
exactly.
I know Tim and I know Johnny, he wants to come back, and this program helping to come back, but they're not really in the Promise Zone right now. So
and it's another catch-22 even beyond that. If you in the literature, and anybody that's worked in with folks who have felony or drug histories, they're encouraged not to return back to their own neighborhoods.
That's true.
Because those are where the triggers are. Those are where your triggers are.
That's true.
So I don't know. It's
complicated.
Yeah, it's very complicated. It's not simple. So they're saying what their recruitment, they do have, say, number 7 talks about outreach methods. They will use social media, word of mouth, referrals from the Department of Corrections, faith-based or halfway houses in the area, programs inside correctional. But it never talks about outreach into the Promise Zone.
Yeah, that's the fatal flaw in this application. You can't tie it back to the Promise Zone. It's vague.
Yeah, it just seems like they took a lot of pride in that. Not pride, but they seem to note that they did have a lot of clients already in the zone.
Yeah.
So, and I guess they felt like that should be the rider for them, since they already serve in the Promise Zone.
Right.
Pat, are you on mute?
You're mute, yeah.
I need to just stay out of mute. I'll stay out of mute unless I mess up Marilyn's ability to communicate again. So let's look at their proposed measurements framework. Their proposed measurement framework, and that's section 1.7. They may have actually given us, I'm gonna see if they actually gave us anything in 1.6, just out of curiosity. They actually put some data on outcome data collection table. I'm assuming, so you might want to look at that. I think that's for the current program. So 1.6, they filled this out. They weren't required to do so since this is a new program to CHSP, but they did, I guess, give you the data. So at least you can look at the data from what the results of the program thus far, I guess. I don't know what time frame this captures, but I guess in the last completed fiscal year. Yeah.
So at least I know one of the short-term goals they didn't meet in terms of retention of students. Instead of being 80%, it was 68% through week 4.
So at the end of the program,
Yeah, it says 80% of enrolled students will be retained through week 4 of their program cohort. Retention is defined as still actively participating in the refire program.
right. So if you go right, if you want to look at, because this is, I think they're trying to give us a flavor of what the program has accomplished thus far. And so if you look at the intermediate and long term, that's the bottom line. And this is section 1.6. So they're saying long term. So really the long term. So they say 7 out of 8 of graduates did not return to the criminal justice system. The only problem with that outcome is that it doesn't tell you what the time frame, when that was measured, because they were not returned. What time frame is that measuring? Which is substantially important when you're dealing with recidivism rates.
And Pat, I would also note one thing in terms of their short-term goal in students graduating, because the thing with all education programs, you got to attract them, enroll them, retain them, educate them, graduate them. So if your goal is to graduate 70%, but you only graduate 50, and some of your other numbers down there may look good, but you can first meet the goal of graduating the number of students you said you would. So it makes those numbers look better than they are.
And to be with when you come into dealing with ex-prisoners, they have a high recidivism rate. So you're going to find that the substance abuse and anything to deal with criminal felony offenses, because normally that comes with substance abuse problems.
So maybe they need to work on that and maybe lower that goal to 50%. If that is an issue with that population, they need to account for that.
Make them realistic. Okay.
And that's a good point that Dr. McGee makes, because maybe actually reality, it's good. Maybe the recidivism rate is 35 or 40%. So that 50% may actually be an improvement, but it don't sound good on paper. So that's a valid point.
Thank you, James. I appreciate your optimism.
I love you, all my team members, you and Crystal, especially bringing that knowledge to me and that experience that I don't have, keeping me in check.
Let me ask you, Dr. McGee, that long term, they're saying only one graduate remained. Who remained? Okay. Oh, okay, I got it. Okay, that's the one that did not. Okay. Whew. That's a mental. This is a good mental tease one.
And I have one more thing for the group, and I just want to bring it up. I'm not sure if germane. They talked about transportation was an issue for some of the individuals because, you know, a lot of times they don't have their license if you vote XYZ. But they showed that only $1,000 in transportation expenses is dedicated to this, and they had like 20-something thousand the year prior. So it's almost like they have less money dedicated to transportation, which we don't think about a lot. A lot of people don't. But in their case, that might be important to get the clients around. So that's one of the questions I had just looking at it, because they did say that was an issue at one time. It was a major barrier early in the program. So I was okay. When I looked at the budget, though, they reduced the transportation budget from the prior year. So I'm like, wait a minute, if that was a major barrier, why would you reduce it? It's just a question. So I was just curious about that.
Well, James, I'll share with you on section 1.6 because I thought the same thing. And in question 2, how does the agency determine the program has successfully addressed the needs of the target population? And it speaks to that about partnering with or other resources. So they talk about 211 lift rides and bus passes.
Okay, I
So,
see.
yeah, maybe some of that is
Okay.
cost, so that may be why they were able to reduce
Can
their.
reduce it. Okay. All right. Thanks for pointing that out.
They do that. That's a good catch, Marilyn, because Lyft and Uber both offer free rides to job interviews, job placement services, etc., so people can get back on their feet.
Oh, so it's free. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I think they spoke to that too. Somebody on their team spoke to that one too.
Okay, thanks.
What do you think about the outcome indicators provided in the measurement framework?
I think they're focused on, they're good outcomes for the program if it works the way it should, but they just need to be realistic in defining what percentage of their will or their clients will actually.
Okay. Okay. And we did suggest that they contact us so that we could give them that kind of, we talk it through with them. Okay, so we've got the program section. Anything about the about COVID-19 in response to implementation of this program? Any major comments that you would like to add?
They still.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. That's where I had asked them, and they said that they still have partnerships with restaurants that are out there, and they're still actively hiring, recruiting people, putting them into those positions, even with everything that's happened with COVID too. So that was awesome because, I mean, I'm sure we all have seen the running list that's in the Democrat of all the restaurants that are closing, then back open, then closing. So I think that's fantastic that they can say that they can place the students once they're done with this program.
And then on the other side of that, as far as recruitment, they did say it impacted their ability to do person-to-person outreach, but I think they're doing social media and all the other stuff maybe to kind of compensate for that, since they can't get out into the community like they used to.
With the restaurant industry, that was the way Florida's going. None of us know what's going to happen.
No, and especially when they decrease testing, so you got a decreased positive rate, so it looks like you're doing better when really you're not.
Yeah, I think we're in big trouble in Florida. And I heard that
the way our economy is based, we're going to be hit because we're entertainment. We have to deal with
we're service oriented. We're a college town, and we never made ourselves be more than that.
Right.
which I wish we would have, because I think we could have attracted, I mean, you're producing all the best brains in the world. Why can't we get businesses here that need brain power, right? I mean, clean businesses, and that's what I've wondered for years. And because that's the economy is too vulnerable. You can't just have 2 eggs in a basket, you know, and it's scary. So that's the impact. Let's look at the CHSP funding request, and then we'll be done with them. Okay, I got that in the wrong place. And then, so if we could look at the funding request that they're asking us for. And in the someone look at, while we're looking at 1.1, Ryan, can you look at the overall budget and look at the request that they're asking for CHSP funding? What percent of the request represents their whole budget? Okay, there's no breakdown. There's no fiscal breakdown of the funding request provided.
Nope, it's just a mandatory average cost per client.
So in section 1.1 of the application,
Yep. Mm-hmm.
They provided no fiscal breakdown.
No, they did in terms of the program justification. It's primarily, they're the ones who are using it for their instructor.
The funding.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Are you referencing 1.1?
Yep, 1.1. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
$72,100 for the instructor.
I'm just saying, no, it's more than that. It's saying cost of primary instructor, part-time new co-instructor, and outreach and reentry. Those are there's 3 different positions in there, but they don't break down. What I'm saying is that you don't have a fiscal breakdown. For example, you don't know what portion of each person's salary, what is their salary? And then what percent of the salary are they asking?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
this team to pay for?
They're not doing that, Pat. Yeah. It is just the lump of cost of primary instructor, part-time new co-instructor, and outreach and reentry specialist. All
just compare it to what we just saw with Good News, where they actually show what percentage of that position they want to charge to the Promise Zone grant in relationship to the number of clients that they're proposing to serve in the Promise Zone. They probably could learn a lot if they sat in and listened to an assessment, you know, of the applications, the kind of detail we have to go into. It might be helpful.
Were the programs able to elect to sit in on these this year, like the videos?
Not really this year. No, not this year, but this is the only year that did not happen. We're making the videos accessible to them for learning afterwards, though, for those who care to do so.
Oh, okay.
And even in even the question regarding number 4 in section 1.1, again, there's no fiscal breakdown. It's narrative. I always try to over and over, that's one of the things I harp on in the RFP training, is that if you're asked a fiscal question, you have to give a fiscal response. There are certain sections for your narrative, and there are certain sections for your numbers.
So Pat, do you have, during the funding cycle, like you take 2 of these examples and then you may have like a panel, we come up and we actually discuss it and they can see how detailed it is so they can get a real idea? Because, you know, hearing about it and seeing it, it's 2 different things.
We've done, we didn't do it this year, but the last couple of times we did a panel of fiscal experts. and
Okay.
accountants and all that. And some of them were our agency, nonprofit accountants. We also had volunteers who are accountants and fiscal managers. And they actually tried to explain, because we were having so much trouble. We had several sessions on that to try to bring people up to par about how to do, how to do budgeting.
Right. Actually, I was thinking more like you may have one person like that, but a group of us get together and like really hash it out so they can see how we go back and forth. And actual reality,
We had a
one or
panel.
two. Yeah.
We had a panel. And that's what we.
It didn't work?
It.
Not really. Okay. I got you.
Some things I can't say.
Yeah. We'll leave it there. Okay.
I'll explain some of this to you. This is a good when we talk one-on-one.
I got you.
Then I'll give you the full story. Some of these programs, by the way, if you look at the size, if you look at any organizations that probably as much as 500,000 to and above, they have accountants on staff, or they're contracted with accountants.
Okay.
Most of them have fiscal specialists on staff. Okay.
I got you.
So the technical knowledge is there if people have to apply it.
I got you. And it even says in that category, it says in there, provide a fiscal explanation of each budget cost category that exceeds 0. That's in the instructions. And then when we're training, we actually talk to them, what does that mean and what does that look like? And we give specific examples. Yes, I'm at this point where people got to do what they're asked to do. Right.
And we're trying to tell people that to help them, not just for our grant. We look at things bigger than CHSP, because we pay a fraction of the cost for human service. I mean, like a peanut of the money that CHSP gives them. We want them to be successful in all their grant writing efforts because it benefits our community. That's why we go through these details too. It's really a competency building. As far as overall homeless coalition, let me know if you want to add anything. Good agency representation, good collaborative partnerships utilized to implement the program. It is commendable that the agency piloted the program prior to seeking CHSP funding. Having a trained classical chef with many local contacts serving as a mentor and teacher is a great asset to the program. When completing the application for the Promise Zone, please seek CHSP staff assistance, program design, while the agency noted.
And we also know that they did not provide census tract data.
Oh, did I not say that? Let's see if it's in here. I think it's in here. Yeah, it's in here.
Oh, okay. All right.
Oh, because I know I wrote it unless I did.
Oh, okay. Is that considered a finding? Because they didn't give it at all? Because didn't we have that as a finding on the other one?
Oh, this is a new program, so they're not required. I just, they because there's blank. It would have been helpful though to prove their case. Did they because they gave us client they gave us. Well, that's interesting. That's an interesting point, though. If they gave us the client numbers, then
they get it from.
They why would they not?
Yeah.
Because they're saying that 65% of their clients are from those census tracts. So, but I would,
They show that.
yeah, okay. I'm just gonna, I think you ought to note it just out of,
Yeah.
although the agency stated that up to 65% of clients were reside in the chromosome, they did not provide census tract data for 16 clients served in. That's interesting. Oh, it's interesting. One thing about grant writing, it teaches you to be a skeptic. I mean, it makes you look at everything. It's interesting when you do it a long time, it develops a different set of skill sets, that's for sure, almost detective. Program design, so I just added that although the agency stated that up to 65% of the clients reside in the promise zone, they did not provide census tract data for the 16 clients served in fiscal year 2018-19. While the agency noted that some of the clients are from the promise zone, the program must be developed to specifically serve residents who reside in the promise zone. The primary target population is ex-offenders. The documentation of needs statement provides overall stats for ex-offenders, but does not provide data specific to the promise zone. Outreach efforts do not include partnering with stakeholders in the promise zone. Presently, they presented meaningful, measurable measurements and clearly outlined the program. Part of the positive in response to COVID-19 is that they still have the what they call it, they still have partnerships, not just the specialized chef still has partnerships with local restaurants and continue to place students. But COVID-19 has impacted their ability to have direct contact with their clients, right? And as far as justification for CHSP funding, the agency did not provide a breakdown of the CHSP funding request. And in the chart, nor in question 4. I'm curious about what is the budget for this program overall for proposed budget. So in the proposed budget, it says 98,000. Did you guys notice that?
Yeah.
But they're asking us for 70, right? How could that be? It's not, they're asking CHSP for 98,000?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought it was 90 something.
Oh, it's 98,000, 77 just for the salaries. So they're basically, that would be the majority of the program.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I just was curious. And so the budget would be 166,000. Salaries, they got direct assistance will be 46,000. Okay. I think we beat that one up enough. Oh, it's time for lunch. So you want to take your lunch break? Can we come back at 1 o'clock? It'll be a short lunch, but we got a lot to do.
All righty.
Is that okay?
Okay.
I heard an announcement this morning on the news that they postponed the delay of staff returning back to FSU. Did you hear about that?
Yep,
No.
because I was meeting at 1 o'clock yesterday, and during the meeting when we're talking about coming back, then the email came through, and it's like, okay, well, scratch all of that.
Okay. Yeah, because of Apparently Tallahassee had and I got to go back and look at the stats because I didn't see it, but one of my volunteers said that we had a super jump, like over 200 people in one day.
Oh my God.
We were averaging, and just so you understand, we were averaging maybe 1 or 2 a week. And then it jumped 62 in 2 days, and then it jumped another 160. What was that?
I said it went up by 176 in one day over the weekend. And then since yesterday, Leon County has increased by 116.
So now
the state of Florida by a little over 6,000. And now Florida is number 5 in the United States for the highest number of cases.
And could potentially become another epicenter similar to New York. So everything is now questioned again and questionable. And that's without the students being back here.
So yeah, imagine bringing tens of thousands of them.
Well, now you guys, you know what the real numbers are, don't you?
10
They said 10 times. It can be 10 times higher.
Yeah, and that's for any infectious disease. Pretty much, you multiply it by 10. So
well, that's because
the real number.
Yeah, the numbers that they publish do not include asymptomatic positives,
Which is crazy.
They've had enough. Well, because we don't have testing. I mean,
right.
We don't have but when they've done a statistical analysis of the data that they have, that's why they came up with 10 times. So whatever so we have 1,000, that means we have 10,000 in Leon County.
Wow.
People that are positive. So everywhere you go.
It's crazy. Crazy.
Yeah. Nowhere. Don't go anywhere.
Unless you have to, and then you need to be just assume everything. For example, I will not have, I love salads. I will not eat, never would I buy a raw salad out of a restaurant. That is you only buy from a restaurant what you can reheat, because then you could kill it, hopefully the COVID-19 virus, if some is on your food, because the preparer could have COVID-19.
Well, that's
symptomatic, because most of the people that work in our restaurants in this town are young people. Probably true for most places, service-oriented jobs, right? And so you don't. I die for my salad. I love Hopkins salad, and but I won't eat anything that can't be reheated. Period.
I saw. I think it was a news clip, and I haven't clicked on it, but it says the scientists are still perplexed about the asymptomatic people being as high as 35 to 40%. So that means this craziness about checking your temperature is a joke.
It's irrelevant.
It don't matter. I mean,
it's a false sense of security is what it is.
It is.
It's a total false sense of security. And you just have to assume that potentially everybody could have it, and that's the only way you have to live accordingly. Because like my husband got invited to a birthday party Sunday, so he and I said, well, there's no way. I said, there's no way I'm going to anyone's birthday party.
Hello.
Period. I don't know what your habits are, your lifestyle. I don't know. I know I'm trying to be careful, and I'm doing everything I'm supposed to. I don't walk out that door without a mask. And unlike a lot of people I saw who are in those stores, they go in the store, and when they walk out, they pull the mask. You're contaminating the mask.
Right.
You have not sanitized your hands, and then you're gonna put it back on your face. When I go out with my mask, it does not come off until I'm home. And I wash my hands, and then I touch my mask. You know? I don't touch it. Don't touch your face. I mean, because that, and I have a big habit, so I've had to really work on not at all, even when I'm home, not touching my face, because if your habits are the ones that can get you in trouble.
Yeah, but just remember that when you get in the car, you need to wipe down your gear shift, you need to wipe down your steering wheel. So, I mean, there's just so many other things than just your mask, your purse, your wallet.
You're right.
I mean,
And-
everything. So
And that's why I just assume not go unless I have to, because it's a lot. That's a lot of work. It is a lot of work to manage. So I've got like wipes. So if you can't buy them in the store, I create my own. I bought me some baby wipes that are water based, and then I bought me some very strong strength. I purchased on Amazon for alcohol, for example, and I pour that alcohol in there. And then I always have a pack of that in my car at all times, like Anita said. And that purpose is to wipe down my Sterling wheel
Steering wheel.
and my handles on the door. There's just certain things I do. I also wear gloves too. So
Right.
But I may have to change three. If I'm going to three places, I'm going to have three sets of gloves. As soon as I get out that place, I discard my glove. I just discard my gloves for that, because of that one place I just went into. I don't just carry that over. So it's really cumbersome if you're really going to do it. The safety features right. It's very cumbersome, and I don't know if it's worth all the work. So I just only go out when I have to. And then I get whatever I need. I write my list down, so I minimize. So my husband and I, we're gonna go in bulk shop non-perishable goods, and like your toilet paper, because it's gonna get really serious in a minute. And you need to have gotten yourself already stacked up with supplies, basic things you need, like your medicine, even your over-the-counter medications or something like your allergy meds. You better stock up on them, because it's getting serious. It's going to get a lot more serious.
Oh yeah.
And we're going to get, and you don't want to be out there. You need to minimize your chances of going out there. Anyway, let's go take a break. See you guys back at 1, okay?
All right.
This is intensive, huh?
Yes.
I did want to show you guys the progress we made so far. So I think we only have 1, 2, 3. I don't know why I thought it was 4 instead of 5. But anyway, this is the progress we made so far. So we keep on going, okay?
All right.
Yes.
All right. Okay.
Oh,
So
second
we
homework.
so our next one is Delta Kappa. And we're gonna try to get this done today. Marilyn, you still have a 4 o'clock conference call?
Yep.
Okay.
Because everything
Always.
there, and there's some other things now with testing and stuff. So I just got off the phone with my with the dean, so they're still having the call at 4.
Okay. No problem. We can keep on going, and you can join us back, as you know, because it's 1 o'clock right now. Hey guys, remember I told you about the worst scenario that we may have to face is that we may have to come back for a half a day or a couple hours just for the allocation part. Everybody is okay with that? You said you okay last week. We could pick a date, so we'll deal with that reality. So around 3:30, we'll see where we are. And then Marilyn, we would like to set that date with your presence. Obviously, we need you.
Okay.
Pat, you hear
Yes,
me?
sir. Yes, sir.
I'm gonna need about 10 more minutes. I'm right in the middle. I'll be right back, okay?
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
Okay. So now we're on Delta. We do have a award letter from last year regarding the Delta
Yeah.
Kappa Omega
Yep, and there
program.
were 13 comments on this letter.
13.
Yeah.
It's your fault. I mean, you guys had me writing up a storm on this team. So blame yourselves. Look in the mirror, Dr. McGee and Crystal. Look in the mirror. And Renee, look in the mirror. Okay.
We're going to be more concise.
So want to see some of them might pertain to the site visit. We didn't do a site visit, so only give us the ones that are applicable to this year,
Or
Dr.
budget
McGee.
presentation, so we're good. You ready?
Yes, I'm ready for you.
All right, we're going to skip over number 1 and go to number 2 about the financial commitment from the organization, because they're still invest a lot into this program and making it successful. All right, number 3, love commitment related to volunteerism, praiseworthy. All right, number 4. Oh, you want to put it in there? Okay.
Number 3 dealt with their volunteerism commitment.
Right.
Okay. Yes.
And number 4 deals with their location in the Promise Zone. So it was impressive. It's located in the Promise Zone. Number 5, facility being a safe haven for children living in a high-risk community. Six, the program logic model measurement framework, excellent tool, and comprehensively demonstrates all aspects of the program. So great logic model measurement framework. That was number 6.
So number 6 goes into the program. So we'll look at that when we get there. So any others, Dr. McGee?
Excellent agency representation is said at site visit, but they had excellent representation on the call. And then the others we'll probably see as we go through the program.
Any other overall agency comments that any of you as committee members that you would like to add to this list? Renee or UB or Crystal or?
Maybe something, I mean, it's kind of related to COVID, but they have established the virtual tutoring.
Okay.
I wanted to say, in terms of a fiscal perspective, the fact their executive director is volunteer, we run a very lean overall budget.
Ryan, you want to note that the executive director does not get paid?
Yeah, it's
Just
volunteer.
overall
It's a very lean budget, just like we talked about with Good news, they're being very fiscally responsible, extremely fiscally responsible with the amount they're given.
Okay, any others before we go to the program? Okay, now we'll go into the program itself. And we'll look at the, so we'll go in the same order we've been doing so far. So I guess we'll look at client demographics, since this is a currently funded program. So last year they reported serving 123 people. And we don't have to worry, but everyone in that program lives in the promise zone. So we don't have to concern ourselves with that. Overall program budget. Cost per client is a little over, around 1,100. Let's look at 1.4 program target population and documentation of need. Okay.
I'm actually curious. So their target population they stipulated was 125 clients, but on question 5 of this section, it says that the program plans to serve 110.
Mm-hmm.
So they serve more than they planned, or is that?
You want me to find out if that,
Yeah, I mean, I read it as last year they served 125 clients, and then they're projecting to serve 110 this year, according to their response on that question.
so they, what's the goal again? To serve 110?
Yes, that's what they list for. They plan to serve 110 unduplicated clients.
Okay. And I'd have to see, I mean, I could look at the contract and see what was proposed. They could have exceeded. That's beyond what they had anticipated, what their goal was for last year. Do you want me to do that, or just want to see if there's, we'll keep that as information.
Yeah.
Bruce's, okay?
Hey, Pat, I don't know if this matters, but I'm looking at the census tract for the promise zone on page 29 of the worksheet.
Yes.
Last year they had some people in 20.04. The 20.04 is not shaded green on this sheet right here. I don't know if that has something to do with it.
Oh, talking about the numbers?
Mm-hmm.
About the numbers adding up or not?
Yeah,
Which numbers go ahead, let me see. Let me look and see what you're saying. But it's 123.
Yeah, like for instance, on that sheet, on this workbook sheet, page 29, I see they served somebody in 20.04 last year, but it's not highlighted in green this year on the sheet. So it could, I don't know. I'm just saying it could.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't even see color on my screen. So that I don't think that probably, yeah. It's added. It's the numbers are correct. And and a goal is just a goal. So that's not a problem. if we wanted to make that a problem, I would have to look and see did they exceed their goals from last year.
Well, that's why I was just curious because they're asking for the same amount of money, the 55,000. So I was curious, did they exceed their goal last year, or why are they, giving us a lower number this year?
Okay. Let's see, I'll go back and look. Let me see what I'll look at last year's application. I probably should look at the contract more than the funding, the grant. Let me, Salo or Anita, if someone is listening,
Uh-huh.
can you look in the contract and see what is the number of clients they state that they will see each year? What is the goal? In the contract, it should be in the statement of work in the time. Yeah, you'll see that. Tell me what that number is when you get a chance. Thank you. Thank you, Salo.
No problem.
I'll just highlight this in yellow. Okay, so let's keep on going and we'll go to again, go back to team 10. And we'll go back to that. Let me get back to that application. So make sure you can hear me. So we're going back into the application. We're going to Form 2, and then we're going into 1.4, which is the target population and statement of need. Okay. Yeah, that's about as specific as you can get.
Yeah, they hit that one.
Yes, dear.
In 1920, for 1920, they said they were going to enroll 20 students.
How much was it again? 120?
No, just 20. 20.
Is this for AKA?
Delta Kappa, yeah, for 2009.
Oh, it's probably they've got different program components, so it may be. What is like in a narrative, like the total number of students they anticipate serving?
Okay, after school 20, spring break 25, summer 25, so 50 total.
I need to.
Let me look.
I'm gonna pull my land phone off. It's on the only calls I get on the land phone anywhere. Scam calls now. Let me go do that real quick.
I just had a quick question. I don't know if anybody knows this. I'm assuming that Delta Kappa Omega is the alumni group of AKA. Does anybody know that for sure? Because they referenced them several times.
That is true.
Okay. Got it. Okay.
And this is yes.
That makes, just to put it into context, because I think that I was thinking, wow, their membership dues, being that are just phenomenal. But I think that makes a little bit more sense too, just from my frame of reference.
Yeah, these are the members' donations to the program. They donate their finances to commitment to the program.
Did you want me to read the contract number of unduplicated sections, unduplicated client terms?
Yeah, what is that total number?
It says approximately 3 students K through 12 will be offered an array of much needed assistance through the Empowering Youth for the Future Program Plus 50.
No, that's okay. That's too much narrative. I'm just trying. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it.
It's 63 students plus 50 parents. It's what they say they're concerned.
That's yeah. Thank you, Sala. Okay, why am I not seeing you? Oh, because it made me Delta. A second, I'm opening up the contract. And hopefully I don't knock myself out of the program. That's why I hate to do this, because I get nervous that I can knock myself out of the entire WebEx meeting. Okay, now I can see. Okay, it's 100. So they said approximately 63 students K through 3. No, the goal, they just exceeded the goal. The goal is 63. Okay. 63 students and 50 parents. So, well, I guess if we add, you need to add those two figures together, 63 and 50. They exceeded their goal. And now let's see if I can get back without kicking myself out of the program. Okay, their goal was 113, so they simply exceeded the goal for the 123. And I shouldn't say just students, because they serve parents too, because there's a parental part of this. Primary students, but also the parents. They try to get the parents to get involved in the program and with their kids. So goal to serve. So do we need this still? Crystal? Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and look at the program itself. And let's go comments about the documentation of need, target population, program description. You're the person assigned to program description. And let's do documentation. Oh, we already did documentation provided. Extensive data.
I think you hit that one too. They told us what they do at the community center when they get there. They told us about student doing homework assistance. And then that how they have these seminars about health, wellness.
Okay. So next, let's look at outcomes. That's form 1.6. And look at what outcomes they reported.
I think they did an excellent job in terms of the outcomes, and they stated, because I did ask them why there was an outcome they didn't meet.
Mm-hmm.
And they shared what happened there, because they don't have total control over this. And this was in terms of citizenship.
Oh, the citizenship.
Their outcomes are very related to what it is that they're trying to do in the community. So they're good measures for the program that they've implemented here. You're muted, Pat.
I don't know if you guys want to add anything to the COVID-19 response.
Well, did someone else want to say something? Oh,
I mean, other than the virtual tutoring, was there anything else that they had kind of implemented? I know COVID is gonna impact some of their income because they do rent out that building. But I
Yeah.
have a feeling that it's not gonna impact them greatly because of the AKA resource. They'll just charge the private sorority and fraternity members more.
Well,
I don't know if losing the facility resource is going to be a huge impact.
there's some impact. I mean, because you're talking about, I mean, it is an impact because you're talking about people pulling money out of their own pockets. So it's definitely an impact to it. But everyone has suffered loss of ability to generate income. There's no, unless I don't know, I haven't heard a single nonprofit and all the 10 teams so far that are not losing. Well, a couple of them actually gain resources because they're getting the federal money. They're pulling down federal money. But if you're not in one of those basic like homeless categories, etc., the rest of them are losing money. So no other comment. If not, in the COVID-19, we'll move to the CHSP funding request. And that's 1.1.
I mean, they did a good job of breaking it down.
I would like to get hired as a tutor for that amount as a certified teacher. I'm just saying, I mean, I think that that was my favorite part is $55 an hour for these certified teachers to make.
Where is that? Okay,
That's
let's
in their
look at
professional
that.
fees.
Let's look at that.
That's outstanding. I'm biased, 100%. I'll say that because as a former teacher, you know, still a lifelong educator, that would be fantastic to get that now.
Do you have a concern that you want to say about it, or you'll?
Oh no, I think it's wonderful.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Sorry.
you're okay.
I wanted a job, Pat. I was like, can I contact them? I'll be happy to tutor.
I know it. Yeah, that is pretty good.
I can tutor your kids. I mean, I can make $20 tutoring, sometimes 30.
Yeah, it's interesting.
And you pay a little bit more, you know what? You're going to get high quality people to come in and help those students. That's a huge benefit. I think that needs to be addressed.
They still got to pay their taxes and anything liabilities out of that money, right? But yeah. Did you want to make a comment about it, or just kind of, because that's kind of like, we'll leave it alone unless there's something you guys really want to say about it. But I'm gonna summarize, and if there's anything you want to add or delete, just let me know in this one, okay? You commend them on the financial as well as the volunteer contributions to the program, the location in the promise zone itself, making it accessible for kids to walk to the program. They provide a safe haven in that Providence community, excellent representation, extremely fiscally responsible, demonstrate ability to leverage CHSP funding, program design. They provide extensive data describing the target population, detailed program description, and their outcomes were meaningful, measurable, that were reported in response to COVID-19. They've already transitioned the summer program into a virtual tutoring program. They will lose some resources from facility rental. Let's see if there's anything else. Outdoor event. They said they are planning to hold an outdoor event this summer.
Using social distancing.
Yeah, okay. I don't know if they said families. I'll just say for program participants, not knowing. Oh, yeah. They talk about distributing care packets and gift cards to the families and the children. Do you guys have that, or do you care if that's noted or not?
I think that's a good thing right now in terms of need and the
So
need.
this is fine. Okay. So we'll move on to Big Ben Cares.
All right.
All right, let me get that set up, and then I need to pull that application. Okay.
This was a new program for the Promise Zone?
Yes, this is totally new.
Okay, so we don't have a sheet to go by from last year.
Yes, no, you don't. Just the application, basically, and whatever comments, responses he gave to your questions. That's all you have. Okay. Any comment about overall agency, or do you want to go right into the program since this is a new program? What's your pleasure, ladies?
Go right into the program.
Okay, so we'll go into the program, and let's go into docket and what section? I think the probably won't have anything for client demographics right now. Well, he did provide client demographics. So make sure that's the right program. So this is saying that right now 975 folks were served, including 292 persons with disabilities. He actually gave you the census tracts.
Yeah, it gave the zip codes on there.
Everything. Wasn't even required this year for a new program. But
Thorough.
It's
always thorough.
Mm-hmm.
Pat, before I forget it, I do want to notate something about them including depreciation as an expense. I think that's something that they can include on their audits and profit and loss, but I don't feel like it's an annual expense because it's a write-off. Right?
Right. So do not include, what's the term again?
Depreciation.
Depreciation.
Especially since it was over $500,000.
What do you think is there any, what's the implications to that? Do you have any, Crystal?
Well, to me, I mean, it's almost like they're double allocating that money. They're including it in their profit and loss and on their audit. The write-off, it's a loss. You can write off the depreciation, but I don't think you can also include it as an expense because it's not really an expense.
Right.
And Pat, I think that may have come more on another team.
Mm.
For them they were doing the whole voting thing and they were about.
Yeah, I don't recall this, but I know it's a couple agencies, some of the couple larger agencies that have been cited for including depreciation into their budget because they're pretty much using the same budget from the audit in the CHSP app. But the CHSP budget is a cash only budget. Okay. So I don't, unless we want a map. Do you want me to have, solid map how many clients are from the promise zone? You do?
Yeah.
Okay. Sala,
Yes.
I'm working you today. Or should I say we're working you today, aren't we, Sala? Hey, Sala. She wants you to look at the Big Ben Cares application for Team 10. Look at the census tract and just identify of the number, how many of those are within the promise zone.
Got it.
Right. Thank you, Salo.
No problem.
And while you're doing that, then we'll go on to the program section, okay? So we will look at, let's look at how definition of the target population. That's the first item. That's section 1.4, question 1.
I think they put some in there, but then they also included a lot of other people too.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, include zip
I think this is another one of those that if we decide to fund them, that next year that we would want to see the exact numbers of participants versus,
Right.
indigent care.
I think for future reference, though, the Promise Zone application period should only include Promise Zone data. No, we don't care about the program at large. We just so you can really narrow down on Promise Zone data. Period.
Mhm.
I think that's important. Okay. I guess what was that? I just wrote something almost exact language. Which agency? That was Hope Community, right? Regarding their definition of the target population. Let me look, because I think it's almost the same.
Okay.
Maybe the good news.
I wasn't refire people.
That's it, because it's saying the documentation needs state provides overall data, but did not provide it.
Mhm.
I'll figure out. I just play with the wording. It's a little different. Okay.
So they have no eligibility requirements for services at that new facility, according to their application.
What number are you? Number 3?
It's question number 6 and the section 1.5.
Yeah, because they have a sliding scale. So with a sliding scale fee and the way the federal qualified health requirement goes, you could see anyone up to a person who could fully pay. The sliding scale is based on income levels.
It doesn't say sliding scale on here. Here it says there is no eligibility requirement for services at CarePoint.
Now look at the second sentence in question 3. Oh, it does say we have no sliding scale. You're right. I was reading it that they do have a sliding scale.
Yeah, because they're not a CQHC facility.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, doctors are expensive.
Yeah.
That means nobody can be turned away?
Yep, I guess so.
Huh.
Yep, I guess so. You want to make a comment about that, Crystal? Just you just noting that.
I mean, I would find it difficult to fund them knowing that, like, without being able to dictate the funding just for the promise zone, how are they going to screen, how are they going to filter the people that are coming in?
Oh, they have to have a promise zone address. But otherwise they can't get reimbursed for those services. Because I know when he spoke about it, in the presentation, my is that he said it would just be for promise zone residents that don't have the means to pay for services. Now, is that in this application? We can look at that because I think you guys asked him a question and he actually stated that. Because I was listening for that. I was listening hard for that answer myself. The Bond Health Center can use a sliding scale fee. That's all I got on that one. Inside of here. Okay. Does it say? Go ahead.
I count 87, 207.
Say that. Say. Solid. Repeat that once I mute myself so they can hear you better. Okay.
Okay, I also put it in the comments, in the chat section, 287 out of a total of 849 are in the promise zone track, but that's my first count. I can double check. I haven't confirmed it. I mean, I didn't look at it twice.
No, that's fine. That's fine. We just want to get an idea. So you said about
30%.
Yeah, and then of those 1,200 unduplicated ones that they're projecting, only 50% of those are from the promise zone. That's a lot from outside the promise zone.
You know, you can't hear a thing I'm saying. But the more I started, because we've got a couple years behind to look at the promise zone. And I think what people don't really get, there's something kind of missing with folks. That for us, even though they have generic kinds of eligibility requirements, but when they're applying to the promise zone, they really need to break it down and specific to the promise zone and talk about eligibility requirements for residents of the promise zone. They really need to narrow their scope of the program. Even if they're trying to expand that program, even it needs to be expanded all with the implications of the promise zone, not give us all of that other information about the agency or the program overall, because then the promise zone particulars, they get lost in that language. And I'm just noticing a real, hopefully, that can get better resolved in the training. And probably what we probably need to do, I'm just thinking, and I'm saying this because I want other staff who are listening to probably move with this in the future, but probably need to have a workshop just for the Promise Zone, like have a generic RFP workshop for everyone, but then say if you want to apply to the Promise Zone, you have to stay for another hour of training or something, so that we can really narrow. Because we got to be able to narrow these applications down and have them give us the correct information we need to do good assessments with.
Yeah, Pat, it's almost like they're measuring it on the Alice population versus
Right.
just Promise Zone.
Yeah. Because even with
Hey, Pat.
yeah, I think that's in general with the application.
Yeah. I think just being the first time being on this review team, it seems like they're really gearing their stuff to lower social economics. And then if they have a couple of Promise Zone, they put that in to make the application looks good. But I think you need to hone in and say, listen, if you have a problem or you have a solution to a problem, and you could guarantee specifically to the Promise Zone, it's going to make your application stronger for the Promise Zone instead of just for CHSP. Because they do the qualification for CHSP, but they're not honing in on the Promise Zone. And the kids, they may have actually a strong case, but they're not really, don't understand you have to get the data to support that. And that's where the technical assistant will come in and say, yeah, you have a good program, but you got to very specifically show us how are you going to affect these individuals in the Promise Zone.
A special workshop. We don't necessarily have the staffing to do, but so far, but having a workshop so everyone hears that information at the same time, because otherwise this is more specific to low income. It's not really targeted at Promise Zone.
Correct.
So
I apologize. There's 5356. So it's a little high. It's quite a bit high, but still below 50%.
To me, that's still only around 40%, correct? Does everybody else have like around the same?
yeah. Okay. Any comments about? We got documentation I need. I think the target, the docket, and then target population is kind of. The target population is needs to serve everyone from ages. And it talks about zip codes. I don't know why I didn't go into census tracts. I'm not sure even what to write anymore. And then let's look at probably a pretty thorough program description. So the program description itself, UB, do you have any comments about the program description?
Well, it just really talks about all the healthcare services that they offer people. So I didn't see where it was like a specific program itself, but it just showed all the services.
Medical care.
one other thing, they said they increased their services from just HIV, sexually transmitted disease, to
Oh, yeah.
a lot more overall services. So I think that was
This is a primary health center. So they explained the program component. Okay, challenging. And then, yeah, I think, let's see. And I think even with goals, if they had made the goals and objectives specific to Promise Zone. Hey, Renee, is Renee still here? Renee.
Yes.
You got any comments about about this program? Just wanted to get your feedback.
I take a few people there. I think they can do better on advertising in the Promise Zone to let the people know that they're really there to serve them. If they did more advertising, their numbers would be up in response to the needs of the people. So they've got to get out a little better in the community to show that they're there. Just having the building on the corner doesn't really spark people to think, oh, you're giving healthcare services to me or to my child. They've got to get out in the community and put more flyers out, do more knocking on the door.
And Pat,
I do have people that I do drive there, and they've had wonderful things to say about it. From the dental to medical needs, I've not heard anything negative. They just needed more advertising.
And Pat, piggybacking on what Renee said.
Okay, thank you, Renee. Yes, James.
And so I don't think they know. Enough people know it's not just HIV and STD, that it's a
Oh yeah.
That's what I was talking about. That piggybacking what Renee said, I think that's the issue. Even though we know that a lot of people in the community, the stigma is still it's HIV or sexually transmitted instead of overall health facility.
And that's where he needs to go back to the churches and say, hey, we're now open, let the people see him in the community. It makes a big difference with all the surrounding churches in the neighborhood, and they go knocking on the door in Country Club and Texas Street.
Okay. All right. So just put that language in there. We said the program. I guess we'll look at the measurement framework and go ahead and wrap this up. Keep it going. So, well, they may have. I guess he does have. Yeah. So we'll go into the measurement framework and see if that's in section 1.7. Let's see if that's even specific to the Promise Zone or is it generic to the overall. Okay, now I see.
It specifically says Promise Zone, and
So the measurement framework is specific to the Promise Zone residents. So they're saying
Or the intermediate goal, so that needs to have it in there. I mean, we can make that assumption, but I think it just like the others.
yeah. So Okay.
And then one other thing, Pat.
Yes, ma'am.
To where they say insure 100 underinsured patients, and when you go to measurable outcomes, they switch to percentage. So either they're going to do 100 people or 100%. So they need to stick with whatever measurement they're going to use. Because if the goal is to see 600 patients, I'm quite sure you'd want more than 100 of them to receive this. So
Which outcome are you speaking of? The first, second, third, fourth?
first and second, they both say insure 100 uninsured or underinsured patients. Then you go to the column measurable outcome indicator. If I say I want to make sure 100 people get this, and then I go over here and say 90% of 100 or 90 patients, you should just say 90 patients. Or some, you stick to the same sort of conventions when determining what your outcomes will be as you do when reporting them. And none of that's, well, they do have it on intermediate, but long-term, they don't have anything there numerically. You're muted.
You told me that 1,000 times.
Look, she's talking to us.
I'm sorry, but I don't know why. But if I'm not unmuted, you get distorted, and it's just it only affects you, Marilyn. It's like we're connected. My computer's connected to your computer. It's jiving together, and it makes. So every time you speak, I have to mute it, or I can't hear what you're saying. It's like garbled language. So keep on working with me. Treat me like you. We've been together long enough. You can talk to me like a mama.
Hey, Pat.
Yes, sir.
Real quick, Dr. McGee is correct. They need to change. I think they need to be more specific in their language. But I see what they're trying to say, because if you look at the measurable, they actually put in the amount, the actual number over there, but they just didn't put in the outcome. Because if you look at the last long term, basically saying that 70 people or 70% should be over there, but they only put it in the actual indicator. So if you take 100 people and take 70%, they have it over there at 70 patients. If you look above that, 90% of 100 is 90 patients for intermediate going up the line. So they have it in the other side. It's not spelled out, but they do mean 100, actually 100 participants.
Yeah. Okay. We got you. So let's go into COVID-19 impact. Anything about the COVID-19 impact? I think obviously telehealth.
Which they are doing. And then they're only transporting, I think, one patient at a time on the vans.
Right.
Yeah. And I'm trying to think, was there visits were down 60% because of COVID, because people were afraid to come in?
Yeah, something about, let's see.
They reduced it. They reduced the efficiency by 60%. As much as 60%, that's a lot.
Wow. So they said that they've had a reduction of 60%. Yeah, that's true.
In efficiency, that's a lot.
Oh yeah, the efficiency. Yeah.
That's the heart of the program. That means it's not being effective, basically.
No, I mean they're talking about telehealth. When you do telehealth, you can't multitask. you know how normally you go in the doctor's office, they're triaging about 3 or 4 patients at the same time, but with telehealth, the doctor can only attend to one patient. So it reduces the number of patients that the doctors can see. That's every medical program is losing patients, is reducing efficiency because of COVID-19. Right.
Didn't they say something too about some of the people they were serving were not unsure how to do telehealth? I think this was the one where it could be like lack of technology, et cetera.
Yeah, they said they were doing text messages because for some, they had issues with accessing telehealth, so they were communicating via text. And that they purchased phones. So.
Yes, for that for patients who don't have a phone, who are not savvy with the computer, they purchase phones so they could use the text messaging and other, features of a smartphone.
Yeah.
And I think the text though it's a different. It's not your normal text. It's a text that they actually can hit and they can directly have it's the same thing. It's just a different way of having a telehealth conference with the doctor.
Yeah, because they have apps you can put on there and communicate.
Yeah, it's an app. It's more than just a text. It's an app that you link right into the meeting with the doctor or the healthcare provider.
They also said that they were using the dental assistant as a helper for bringing people in and making sure they're sanitized and everything, even though people weren't coming in at that time for dental. She was able to be used in a different capacity instead of just sitting on the clock.
Okay. They also said right now they're assisting Bond with overflow. I'm not quite sure what but that might have been in general. That may not be response to the COVID-19.
I think the Bond facility had to shut down temporarily due to employees testing positive.
Okay, that's true. Okay, anything else that's notable or that's enough? So next, let's look at the CHSP funding request. And that would be 1 point. Well, we haven't said anything. Do you think the outcomes are meaningful though? I know you said that there's one issue about regarding outcomes, about the short term, but do you think the other outcomes are meaningful?
Yeah, because it prohibits or helps to mitigate, I guess,
medications, lab,
and they get medications, they get tested to make sure they're healthy, and then they have somewhere to go for care. So I think and how they look to promise us, those are great outcomes.
I concur.
Okay. So let's look at the last thing to look at is the funding, and that's 1.1.
I think they want their funding. I love how they approach it, that they want their funding to go to directly, most of it for the labs and medications for those that are uninsured in that zip code. I would have liked to have seen though how like Good News did it, where they say exactly where the $15,000 would go for the salaries and wages, what percentage, but still it is going directly to the people who need it. Pat, I think you're on mute again if you're talking.
I'm just talking to myself, Renee. So they're saying the most essential needs, at least what I'm reading, and is that what you're to in section 4, they're saying that their most essential needs are for the medications, for the labs, for the direct client services.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing as well.
Okay. So that's something for you to note when you try to determine any funding decisions, okay? So let's summarize and move off of this one so we can keep it going.
All right. Pat.
It's raining outside. Yes.
Pat.
Yes,
Can you hear
Jay.
me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, real quick. I don't know if we didn't talk about the contribution as far as the monetary amount, in the sense that when they go to that facility, they tend not to go to the emergency room where the costs are a lot more substantial.
Yeah.
So I didn't know if where we could put that in.
No, that's
Overall cost to the health system.
I'm gonna make it about the kid, about the person. And so we know that from a community perspective, but it really, we know also that consistent medical care, having a healthcare provider will reduce your medical risk factors.
Right, okay.
And which is critical right now. So let's see, did I sum it up for you already or did I not? Because have I summed up this one for you yet? Sleeping cares. I've done so many. Okay, they provide,
I think you did, but then we stopped.
Okay.
I think we good.
Okay. So I added that. I was thinking I did, and then, okay, we did talk about, let me just do it. They did, the application was thorough overall. Um, uh, Asking them not to include depreciation in the budget worksheets. CHSP is a cash budget only. Recommend increased marketing and building collaborative partners with stakeholders in the Promise Zone, such as churches. Ensure that the Promise Zone community understands the array of services available at CarePoint. This program will help to defer clients from the emergency room, etc. Program design, need to base the documentation of need specific to the Promise Zone. Target population needs to be specific to Promise Zone census tracts. They did identify the various medical components in the program. Add the term Promise Zone in the intermediate and long-term outcome indicators in the measurement framework. Rework the first short-term outcome, and I'll just give them a specific example. Otherwise, the rest of the outcomes were measurable and meaningful. Impact of COVID-19, transition telehealth, only transporting one patient at a time on the van. They've also purchased phones for some patients that don't have the computer technology, so that they can continue to receive services. Their efficiency rate due to telehealth platform has reduced by the efficiency rate by 60%. They're repurposing staff in different capacities to maintain their staffing level. For example, utilizing general techs to provide other necessary duties in the health facility. They're also assisting Bond with serving clients. And then justification with CHSP, they provided a specific breakdown for compensation and benefits, and a majority of the funds goes toward direct client services. I just had to laugh at my husband because he was out there, he was mowing the lawn out there.
And I got so good with. So
he got so good. So I was just laughing at him when he walked in. That's not nice. I have to laugh a little bit. Okay, we'll move to Capital City Youth Services next. If anybody ever does if we ever have this many applications on a team again, I don't know.
That means we are members by default, right? That happens.
I'm telling you. When I saw that, I was waiting on. Actually, I was shocked. I only had one no-show on this team because I was actually shocked because I was expecting people to call me and say, I can't do this. Anita and I were taking a bet. How many calls are we going to get? And they said, we're not doing this. This is way too much. You're asking us to do way too much. Because this was like, I've never seen a team ever with this huge, the size.
I couldn't even imagine if we had to actually do the site visits this year. That would have taken like
it wouldn't have happened. It wouldn't have happened. We would have had to, and it would have been a tough call, but it would have been impossible to do site visits. You can't ask anyone to do more than 3 days. I think that's overkill. Yeah, it would have been impossible.
Except this morning when you asked us that we're going to probably have to do another half day.
Well, let's hope we can finish. I'm still. Crystal got me. I'm contradicting what I just said to you, huh? Well, I hate to do this. I mean, yeah, you're right. You're right. And Crystal, I had I known, I would have formatted this differently. But here we are. You're right. I contradict myself. But my intent was good.
We only have 3 more, right? So that's got to be better.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Y'all are making good tracks. There's 3 more.
Are we really? Because we're about to faint. But
No,
thank
just
you
keep
for the
talking.
cheerleader. Okay, thank you, Miss Virginia. We need a
You're welcome.
cheerleader.
I got the pom-poms for y'all. Y'all got this.
I know I need a cheerleader.
Yeah, it's just so that I'm right because I'm tracking my sheets too. CCYS, Legal Aid Foundation, and Second Harvest, right?
3. Yes, we have 3. We have 3 more. Yeah, just 3. If we had more than that, what would we do? Whoa, Capital City Youth Services. Here we go. Whew. Okay. I think you guys should get a special award. I'm gonna have to figure out what that should be. And how can I get it to you?
Like at least like a certificate or something.
I think so. I think
Participation
a
trophy.
hero, a champion award.
I mean, we are in the age of participation trophies.
I agree. I agree. Crystal, absolutely. Oh my God.
It would have been fun though to actually, I mean, it would have been a lot, like Crystal said, to visit them, but to go to some of these too.
It would have been interesting,
Yeah.
wouldn't it? To
Yeah.
see some of the online on the live. Because even going into the neighborhood when I first went into Providence neighbor, like I've always been around it. I even was there but I was a student over there, and yeah, it's an eye opener when you go in these neighborhoods too.
I will say, Ryan, AKA is a very impressive site visit.
Yeah.
Because I mean, literally, the last one I went to, there was probably 50 members of their board and staff. And I mean, it was a huge room and they were just like, they had so much support there.
Mm-hmm.
I feel that's the hard part. Just sorry to say this, but I think it's important to notice that you feel a bit more of a disconnect by not going there, because I will re-reference again an organization that I support now is the Sickle Cell Foundation because of this, I mean, literally we were crying hearing what those people were saying. And to me, that was the most impactful thing. As someone, I myself can never get sickle cell. I know my own, but to hear those people and how the pain was there, that was something that I really missed this time, to really connect with those people on a really deep level. And I just, it's like, I really hope next time we go back to the Coronado visit.
And I would hope that and assure that they would go back, because that's real. Even with it's interesting because one of he's a CHSP volunteer, but now because of CHSP and him going, he was on a team with us. He now sits on a board of directors, and he's also helping deliver food in the community to low income seniors throughout the community. So he's like, and I can't tell you how many volunteers you can say that part of that story to, that they basically do this. They serve as a CHSP volunteer, and now they're giving back to the community in a much larger way that they just didn't even know the depth of the poverty in this community. And that's what's true across the board. We also have to acknowledge that to some degree in this community, we still have racial segregation, concentrated racial segregation. So again, I've also had so many white volunteers who I dearly love, who said to me that was the first time they ever had gone directly into the Black community, the heart of the Black community, and seen, and they just were not aware that there were pockets of people and neighborhoods who had so little resources. So I think that it makes us better citizens. I know for me as an employee, it makes me better at my job because I also get re-energized when I do those site visits as well. So it's a win for it has so many positives in the community.
So how am I get back there? How am I going to be able to partake in this this
We don't do this
experience.
until every 2 years, and
Oh,
COVID-19 knocked the site visits out of the process, obviously. So 2 years from now, hopefully.
okay.
And you really get to know the community. Let's go. Who is my Dr. McGee? It's your time for the previous award letter.
This was a good site visit too. Sorry.
Oh, what was that?
I said this was a good site visit too. When we went to CCYS.
Oh yeah, yeah, that was another eye opener. True.
Yeah.
So, Dr. McGee, I'm going to put myself on mute. You may have to remind me to get off, but the only way I can hear you. Okay.
Dr. McGee, you got to unmute.
You're on mute. You're following Pat.
I know. Here we go. Okay, so there were comments. The first one was about the presentation, so we can scratch that one. The second one, we'll find out from what's in the grant application about how clearly they demonstrated how the program serves the youth. The drop-in center is housed in an ideal location and has an inviting home-like atmosphere. We don't know because we didn't see it this year, so we can't say that. But the program appears to be an excellent intervention strategy to address the needs of homeless youth. And so that'll be determined based on when we go through the application and if everyone feels that. Hiring an African American to work with a target population is a positive development. That'll be the application, long-term outcome application, and then excellent collaborative partnerships and outreach efforts are utilized to implement the program. So we'll determine all of that from the application. So we have nothing to bring over at this point.
What about, I saw something about an audit finding. Was that part of it?
No, not Capital City Youth Service.
Okay.
Pat, I do want to make a comment. When you guys are uploading to the portal, is it possible that you could label the award letters so we know which program the award letters are for?
Yeah.
And you're on mute.
I can't.
Hey, Sala, did you hear Crystal? Sala.
I want something else. Go ahead, please. Sorry.
Just wanted to let you know.
It can't be done. The system automatically generates it, and it generates just says award letter for the year.
Pat or Marilyn, whoever's talking. Can you repeat that?
Okay. Sala, Anita just answered the question, so thank you.
Okay.
The system does it automatically. We could talk to them and see if there's a way that the system could be, modified to label it, because it would be helpful. I know I've heard that over and over.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I have some IT background, so especially because we upload a lot into our system, and we've had to modify some of the scripts that we run in the background in order to be able to relabel our stuff.
We will bring that up to our consultant. So ready for comments about this agency. Let's just go into the program and then we'll go backwards, okay? So let's look at the program. The program itself, we'll go into program information. Let's look at, since we're just kind of looking at the program, as far as client demographics, they served 215 youth last year.
For the team members that aren't following in the chat section, Sarla gave us the information on which participants were actually in the promise zone, and it was 82%, 177 out of the 215.
Oh, good. That's good. 82%.
Yes.
Okay. That's good. So we don't have to look at that. And let's look at the cost per client. Just curious, considering what they do. So the cost per client rate is a little over, slightly over 1,500. Okay. Hold on give me 1 second. I'll be right back, okay? Just 1 second. I just want to get some water because my throat is dry. I'll be right back. Their population, just so you know, a little bit different. If you did want to look at section 1.2 overall program budget, they're saying that that this program actually serves more clients. But anyway, they did do some qualifiers. So let's look at let's go to section 1.4 in the application, and then look at the definition of the target population. Runaway homeless.
Hey team, for those who aren't familiar with CCYS, this is actually for a housing location that's located in the promise zone. So they're actually inside of one of the census tracts.
Is that the facility by the railroad tracks? Is that, there's a road going back by
That's one part of it. They have two different locations. For that particular one where it's going places, it's actually down in the Frenchtown area on John Street.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's off of Martin Luther King, I believe.
Okay, no, that's not the one I was talking about. Okay.
Now there is another similar, they did have a location that was in Railroad Square.
They still do.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So there are multiple locations.
Yeah, because you're dealing with basically homeless youth, the kids that are on the streets, kids that might be involved in sex trafficking, etc.
Okay, gotcha.
So, so they defined the target population. How about documentation of need? A comment, I need to have a comment about documentation of need. Did they clearly document the need for the program? That would be in that same 1.4, section B, documentation of need. And question number 1.
I mean, they do document it. I think that, you know, they probably could elaborate a little bit, but I mean, they answer the question. And it is an unduplicated service for the most part, as far as them having that actual house there.
My concern with the data, they did a job of documenting that, I think, in terms of Cleveland County, but just tailoring it down even more to the promise zone, because we already know 82% of their clients were from the promise zone, but they could have included a bit more of that information in here.
But also, Dr. McGee, when we went to the last site visit, don't they run into an issue where some of the youth aren't maybe completely open about where they're coming from, and they're not able to obtain some of that information?
But that's, I'm just saying, that did, if we're going to say that 82% of their 215 clients came from the promise zone, just maybe if they could have put a bit more information about them, because otherwise, how do they identify them?
Are you speaking of the documentation of need? Okay.
It's everywhere. It's not just like in the promise zone. So some of their clients, because that's something I struggle with, even though knowing 82% of their clients are from the promise zone. But what if that's just where I happen to physically be, because I'm not where my home is. So am I counted as part of the promise zone, or what am I?
That's I'm just, from my perspective, this one is was a little tough for me, because based on what Dr. McGee said, and I agree, let's say you were living someplace else, but because you were homeless, or because you got thrown out, or because whatever, where you're actually staying now is the promise zone, but that's not where you were. You may have been from in another part of the city. So how do we square that? And I agree with what Dr. McGee is saying. So are we saying, are you residing there now because of your situation, or you were there originally and you may be homeless or be all over the place? How do we substantiate that criteria if we can? Because it's kind of a gray area.
Mm-hmm.
But I think if they're helping homeless youth, there maybe that's why they have the multiple locations to be able to pick up the different homeless youth in different areas. So they
Right.
do have the different locations. So my thought is that if you're homeless, you're probably not venturing super far away from where your point of origination was.
Yeah, but sometimes, like what I've seen is they would actually leave because there's some issues over there. They go to stay by some other friends or something that become homeless, and it's kind of, it's funny. It's not like always. It's not a cut and dry. A lot of times they run for where they were because that's where the problem is. So they're not going to stay there. They go someplace else, but they become homeless. You know what I mean? So how do we square that? How do we?
Most of the children are sectioned off into different areas by where they say you have a whole population on Highway 20 that just represents the west side. They kind of are in their certain areas. When you go out and do these homeless visits, you'll find that most of them are from that particular area. They're not really, there are a few that might scramble out, but most of them stay in the routine of where they know friends are, where they can go close to.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
You know, Renee, you have fascinating information.
Yeah.
I mean, really, your depth of knowledge is just incredible. Because that's something so important to know. That's solved that issue right there.
Right.
Thank you.
You bring that context. You bring context to somebody like me who need that to understand what's really going on. So I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're okay. So Dr. McGee, what do you want me to write? Because I heard the dialogue. We just had a processing, but what is it that in a documentation of needs statement?
If they could
Would you
just
like them to give us more specific information about the students that they actually serve, about the youth they actually serve in the Promise Zone?
Yeah, just maybe like historically our information or data has shown.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Actually, I think that's a excellent idea, because sometimes you might be looking for someone else to give you that data, and you are serving that client. You need to create your own data based on historical data. That's a good point. So that's a documentation of need. The other, now that we've done that, let's also go into the program description, and that's 1.5, that they clearly describe the program. UB, that's you.
I think they did a good job of explaining what happens at the drop-off center when people go there. Some of the programs that they do as far as helping people with job searching and developing resumes, stuff like that.
Okay, thank you.
UB, I got a question for you. And they talk about, let's say they're going to count about 300 youth, of which 190 You're going to accept the service, which is, 2/3. So based on that and your expertise, is that good for, would that be considered successful based on the clientele? Because homeless people tend to be, uh, they don't stay in one area. They have different needs and stuff like that. So is that good overall? Can you tell me?
I think it's good because 9 times out of 10, we're talking about children. So
Right.
they're still looking for a stable foundation, whereas adults, they do the traveling a lot more. Youth tend to look for friends that they can help them in their situations. So I think that's a good number because most of the time they don't want to tell other people or adults that they're homeless. And so to just get one to say, well, I don't have a place to stay, and how many of our youth here in Tallahassee are just living in a car or my friend next door's house because they don't have a place to stay. You have a lot of kids who won't speak up because they're afraid to, or they're scared they're going to get their mom or dad in trouble, different dynamics. So I think to just get one to say, I think that's a good number for what we have going on here in Tallahassee.
Okay, great. Just wanted a perspective. Thanks.
Renee, why are there so many kids missing constantly? And they say they're missing and then they're found within a week or two. Are these the same kids or these are what?
Sometimes it can be the same kids for just a short period of time, but you'll find that there's different dynamics. Mom might have a new boyfriend who the child doesn't like, or the mom's boyfriend is sexually abusing the child. All kinds of things are going on. And then you have the bullying now with the social media that's outrageous now, and there's no limits on what can be said and done about the bullying that's going on Facebook. And so you have children reacting to other children, so they tend to run away. And then when you go to an area where you find other kids your age that have ran away or have, say they've been in foster care and they've aged out, or they're close to age out, you have some foster parents who do go ahead and let the children go and they don't care anymore. So you have all kinds of things that are going on within the community. And now people don't support each other as they used to, whereas my door was open, you could come on in because you're my son's friend. It's not necessarily the same now. They're more concerned, more leery of letting children come and stay with them. And that's why we have such a high number on Highway 20.
Wow.
And I would add to this that they need to change the dynamics of staffing because we have a large number of Hispanic children whose numbers are rising in the homeless area.
Wow. Have you ever testified, Renee, in front of the commission? Just curious because that the information that you brings so much context to people, even me, because I actually live in a 304 zip code, but I'm not exposed as much to it, even though I still, I did volunteer work with some of the kids in that area and that kind of, but it's different hearing it from you, how in-depth and how serious this thing is.
I guess the difference is that I work for the school system, and then I'm the outreach minister. So I work with a lot of other churches and different organizations that are doing different ministries. So I get to see a lot more. And then being in foster care myself, I bring a whole different dynamic to it. And being leadership roles while I was in foster care and being able to talk to other children, and that I don't tend to act as how typically people might think I would act when I go to meet a child who's homeless. I'm just Renee. I'm not Minister Gatson. Whereas I'm in the church, I may be Minister Gatson, and they may not talk to me. It's just Miss Renee wherever I go. When I'm in country club, it's just Miss Renee. I don't carry a title. I just go where I need to go and find who another child might come and say, well, this child is right here and they need some help. It brings me justification to know that another child is willing to come and tell me that this child is homeless and needs a place to stay. So when you have a relationship with the people in the community, it makes a big difference. And that's and whether I'm on the south side or I'm in Frenchtown area, you have to get to know the people in those different areas to see how you can be of service of what you can do to help.
Right.
Again, thanks for sharing, and we sure appreciate you sharing your talents with us on this team. She was one of the people recruited first to come on the team when we first created Promise Zone. Let's go to the 1.6 and look at their outcomes, their reported outcomes for the program, which I'm really glad we got you, to say
Yes,
the least.
definitely. Great asset.
Mm-hmm.
To say the least. Dang, boy, we got a lot of kids on the streets.
Yeah.
Now, getting back to the social return on social investment, I found this very interesting. $61,000 in outreach generates approximately $335,000 benefit. So that's
Mhm.
almost a 1 to 5.5 increase. So that looks pretty good.
Pat,
Yes, ma'am.
in terms of their outcomes or the outcome table, I think
Yes.
the outcome indicators are good, but they need to work on how they state them here. Because I see the percentages in the program outcome indicator table or row or column. But then when you get over here on the other one, program outcome findings, where they're talking about percent over here, they may not necessarily complete the percent part. So it's hard to determine if they've met that goal. I mean, it's obvious if they had 426 youth that they have 215 out of that, that's not 100%. And it's not 300. So
Dr. Mackey, I think their number is different because it's like they will approach X number of youth, but
Yeah.
only X number is going to accept their services. And out of the number that accepts their services, they're anticipating this to be their outcome measure.
oh no, I get that piece, but the way that they put it in here, so I may anticipate interacting with 300, but if I interact with 426, and is my goal still 100%, or does that go down?
Well, their goal was 300. Yeah, that's so they exceeded it.
Well, no, their goal,
Because if they're saying with at least 300 youth, so they're saying that they will be offered referral services. So that's a contact.
so then perhaps that second one needs to come out of there, that second sentence, 215 out of 426, because if that's another one accepted service, which is a short term, they show it here. So it's just confusing, I guess, the way they kind of dumped everything in that first short term row.
Mm-hmm.
And they
And they
probably,
had it on the second short-term outcome,
Oh,
so
I
they
see
could have
what
just
you're
left it
saying.
there.
yeah,
They
that's
they they you just really what I'm looking at one is that they put that 215 out of 426 youth accepted case management. That shouldn't be in that section.
yeah,
That's speaking to the second short term goal.
right.
So is that what you're talking about? Just taking that out so that
Mm.
language is not confusing? Okay,
Yeah,
I got you.
concise, but talking about an
Got you.
outcome indicator, yeah. And then for the first intermediate, we don't know what percent that is because we don't know 42% of 42 of how many. because it's
I
25%.
see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
Hey, this is
Me,
I just thought about, I just had a thought for a second, and you wonder why the letters are so long. I just had an aha moment. Am I right, Yubi? Whew, I felt like I was writing an encyclopedia when I wrote this section last year, and it's gonna be even more intensive this year. Okay, put you and Crystal together if I want to, huh? This is what I get.
Be careful what you ask for.
I always,
Be careful what you ask for.
I just realized, why is it so intense, these letters? I'm
well,
just
because
having a huh.
if it all lines up, then we can sort of, get through it a bit quicker. But when we have to stop,
Okay.
what does that mean? Yeah. So you're muted. Who muted you?
I just say they get detailed instructions. They cannot say that they don't know how to correct a problem.
Yeah.
Okay, they can't say it because they're given specific details. Okay, now COVID-19. Let's talk about COVID-19 response, how that's impacting the program.
So it had a significant impact according to them. These were their words, because they had to close the drop-in center, although they just opened it back up. And they went to focusing on case management and bill drop-off, and that there was a decrease in the need for services and employment, and something else that I can't read.
I don't know if it's, I say current.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, anything else?
We got the mail drop-off in there.
It was, did you say a mail drop off?
Meal. They were like dropping off
Oh,
to make sure they had something to eat.
okay.
Scary when you look at the age range for this program. You look at the COVID cases and that.
They are it.
Yeah.
It's interesting because, yeah, interesting enough because they sheltered all the adults, homeless adults, immediately separated them out the Kearney Center. But the kids are still on the streets.
Yeah.
I know. Interesting. That's interesting if you think about it. Yeah.
Did they have a rationale for that?
No,
Renee?
they're not. I mean, the homeless people that were in the shelter, they were housed already in the shelter, the emergency shelters, like the community center. And so they only served those, so they made arrangements for those kids, folks who were in the shelter. But children are not going to necessarily be comfortable in a shelter like that. In fact,
Okay.
it might be dangerous for them to be in a shelter like that, to be honest. Because, I mean, you're talking about children with adult.
I got you.
Yeah. Okay, now let's look at funding requests. 1.1, and we can finish this one up. Okay, so they are asking for, how much additional money are they asking for?
I think it was 44,000 last year and 61 this year.
It looks like, and what happens if they don't get this request? Because they're pretty much trying to make up for loss of federal funding.
Well, let's say that position is critical. So if they don't get it, it's going to vastly affect the program. They need that position.
Does the program go away?
Well, I think we also need to take note that they are utilizing the CHSP funding for matching. So a portion of that funding, they're going to be able to draw down additional funding on.
Okay. Okay.
And they do have that in number 2 of that section.
Okay. Ready? Let's sum this one up and move off. I think now, did I say this? Oh, we didn't have anything. I didn't know if you want to put anything at all about the overall agency. We got quite a few comments, so it's up to you guys if you want to add anything else. We don't have a comment specific to the agency itself. I'll tell you what you said about the program. Just want to note that 82% of the youth served reside in the promise zone. They clearly define the target population. The program is housed in the promise zone, making it easily accessible, also accessible by bus. You recommend that in a documentation of need that they actually include their own historical data, providing a profile of the clients that they serve. They clearly explain the types of services provided by the program. He also suggests they consider adding a Hispanic or Latino staff to address the increase in homeless children from this population. Maybe this is this specific, Renee, let me ask you this question. Since this is a Promise Zone program, is this suggestion appropriate for the Promise Zone program component? Renee?
Yes, it is.
It is.
If you're going to where the Delta's program is, the population of Hispanics is very high there. So not only would I say Hispanics, but also African American staff members, because predominantly right now you don't have a Black staff member or Hispanic. From my going in and out, I have not seen.
They lost there's some of this because when they lost that federal money too. They did have an African American counselor. last year, but the funding with that they lost that with the funding. African American, consider adding a math and this will be separate. So I understand that they're not the same, okay? Good social return on investment realized from the program, modify the first short-term outcome findings and the intermediate. And I'll be specific when I give them an example. COVID significant impact had originally closed the drop-off center, now open in a limited capacity to assure social distancing protocols, reduction in the demand for services initially, loss of federal funding, bus passes were suspended by the Kearney Center, and then to bridge the gap, currently conducting outreach to various locations, including dropping off meals and other supplies to youth. Funding justification, they provided a detailed breakdown of the CHSP funding request. They're asking for additional money because they lost the federal funding, which was a 3-year funding limitation. They also can utilize CHSP funding to draw down matching dollars. Okay, let me save it. Okay, now we're at legal. Oh, I thought that was the last one. We're almost there. We got Legal Aid Foundation, and second harvest should be simple because it's really clear cut. It's clear cut. It's a feeding program, not a whole lot of technical. Ooh. Okay. We're getting there. But one thing for sure, we'll have everything done for the program today, for all the program analysis. This is the most difficult part will be done. Okay, Legal Aid Foundation. Let's go to the last year's award letter, Dr. McGee.
All right, we had 11 comments. So the first two I'll skip over because we do a site visit. There were, I think, 2 or 3 people on the call. So not a great representation of the board, but that may have just been who's available. No budget presentation, so we'll go to that. But they do provide services in so I think it's at public housing sites, and it's a good method to ensure that the services are accessible to the target population. I think that's still the case. If not, we'll see when we go through the program. I can't hear you, Pat.
Why not, Marilyn? So did you want me to put that number down, or you say you want to see if that's still true when you look at the application?
Maybe.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, and I know their average cost per client went up because of the addition of this new program, so we can have that conversation. Uses excellent outreach and marketing strategies. We can talk about what they're doing. Diversification of board. Yeah, I think we can just do the program overview and then we can come out with.
Did they recommend diversification of the board?
They talked about the board being an excellent job of being diverse.
Oh, okay.
So, because the composition at the time was 7 white, 6 black, 1 Hispanic, and that's it. And we recommended including one from the Promise Zone on their board.
Okay, they really worked on that board because it was predominantly white, and they have worked hard to diversify that board. One of the agencies that they've done a commendable job.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they have the outcome, the second year recommendation in terms of one of the long-term outcome indicators. At least
Okay.
from what I saw in the application, they addressed that.
Okay. All right. So any other from the committee, any other agency-wide comments before we move to the program? Okay, Crystal, I get your point. She's ready to go to the program. All right. So we're on the program, okay? So saying, if I have to say that again, read this section B again. So we'll go to, let's look and see client demographics because we've looked for Promise Zone, we have to do that. So let's look at, okay, expungement is a new program. So let's go to Promise Zone Legal Services. And then let's go to their section 1.3, client demographics. So they say they served 507 people last year.
I don't like how they did not complete section B. In section B of that, they just put everybody into unknown.
Oh,
They had to have known where they were living too.
Well, to me, I mean, if you have it broken down by census tract, then surely you have the zip codes. So it makes me question how valid their data is when you have 507 clients that you served. You put everybody in an unknown zip code, and then you put in individual numbers for a census tract. That total equals 399.
Crystal, what section are you looking at?
It's section 1.3, program client demographics. And I see the difference in the 399 because they're not including the homeless that they serve in any census tract. And that makes up for the difference in the 507.
On page 40, James.
Oh, I'm not on print.
It's in section 1.3, program client demographics. I find it easier to look at the application online than the hard copies, which I never thought of.
It on the screen because it has the page numbers on there.
I was a hard copy queen. Ask Sala. And now I've almost gone paperless.
Oh my gosh, those books were like something else.
I never thought I'd do that, but I did. So, okay. So they need to explain that. I know they do. I know part of what they do are they go into the Promise Zone and they actually do what do you call it when you kind of have a large scale, like a legal fair instead of a health fair, kind of like a legal fair for lack of a better word. And so they
call them legal clinics.
Legal clinics.
Legal clinics.
So some situations they're definitely not going to always know the person's address. What do you think about that, Renee? I don't know if you had a comment about that.
Well, you do have a multitude of different choices with that. They invite people within the community to come to a church or to walk forward. Even the Kappa's, the Delta's facility. So you have people who may have a stable place to live, but then you have people who are homeless that are right there on Orange Avenue who heard that they're going to have a clinic and they need to get some paperwork done because they were inheriting some land or something like that. And you have a lot of vets who are right there off of Orange Avenue, and they need a lot of legal advice. So I think they're serving a pretty big number of homeless people, especially our vets that really kind of stay in that area on Orange Avenue. And I've been to some of their clinics too.
So do you think it's a important service to the community? Does it address a community need?
Oh, yes, most definitely.
Okay, because it's gonna be, this is the different world of how people live who are, I mean, they're not in pretty little houses with addresses, you know?
Yes.
So so I'll do it in a way so it's not, I'll write it in a way, just explain it. Just need to explain that. But I know that they're kind of serving people that are your non-traditional client in a way. So we have told them they go in those particular communities. I can tell you that because of the need turned out to be so great, the demand, they did talk to us, and I was fine with them not turning people away. They do not turn people away. And I'm okay with that. I think we found out when they tried to just make it only available to Promise Zone folks who could give them a verifiable address. We found out too that it's a lot of people in those communities that are homeless or who float from house to house. So they can't turn those types of people away. And also the surrounding areas of the Promise Zone, a lot of low income neighborhoods. So we kind of had to say, okay, sometimes you got to do what's right by humanity, you know? And so it's different. It's a different type of way of providing services. I hear my TV.
So Pat, can we just basically say that they serve individuals in that community promise zone? They may not have a specific address, but their needs are still needed, that type of way. So it's positive. It's almost like these are the people that normally wouldn't get the service, but they're in the promise zone, but they need it, but they may not have an address, a physical address.
I'll figure out how to write it. They still need to, even if they maybe gave the location of the, like give this the census tract of if you saw the person in that particular census tract, even that would be helpful. Maybe they've done that. Okay. I'll talk with them, and I'll just say, I'll talk with them and try to understand it better so I can write it better. Let me just, okay.
Okay.
Let me have my hubby turn that TV down just a little bit.
I feel like I can hear Miss Pat in there. Now you know I'm working.
It's a conflict because he's retired and I'm working at home, and I'm in a open area, so he actually is in his den, so he's trying to stay away. It's just that the sound floats sometimes. If he walks out the door, he might forget to close the door back. Poor guy. My daughter said I need to make one of the spare bedrooms into our office.
Oh.
But anyway, life goes on.
Hey, Pat, in 1.4, the target population,
okay,
even though they did not specifically say the addresses, they did say that all the participants would reside in the promise zone. So I know it wasn't as specific as we probably wanted, but based on that criteria that they may not have a specific verifiable address all the time. I think that kind of helps out.
Okay, many of them are single. Are you're looking at one?
Yeah, 1.4, number 4.
Okay, okay.
So I know we generally want to make sure the address is in there, but they kind of think they're going to be in the promise zone without having a specific address.
Oh, I just realized, I was feeling like I was still doing Capital City Youth Services, and I just was mixing up 2 programs in my brain for a minute. Okay. So target population, let's look at documentation of need. So I need a comment for documentation of need. That's section, let's see, that's section B, question 1.
I think they did a great job, and they even identified the gap that they were addressing in terms of justice, given the population they serve. And they only
I agree.
represent.
Okay. How about program description? That would be 1.5. UB, is your time, UB.
Yes, ma'am. They did a good job of spelling out all the things that they help people with. As far as, excuse me, trying to get driver's license and what else they said? Yeah, they just spelled out a lot of stuff that they try to help people with.
Thank you.
And another good thing is based on the clinics that they're going to hold them in the promise zone, so they'll be, accessible to the clients. Because they a lot of times they have issues with transportation, so their workshops will be in the promise zone areas.
They also placed a dollar value on how much or what the pro bono legal services are too.
Oh, yeah. So is that in a social return on investment, Renee?
It's major resources.
Oh, okay.
It's almost $500,000. It's pretty significant.
Wow. Okay. So I've got that. So the last thing we need to do now is we need to look at the 1.6 outcome data collection table.
I thought they did a pretty good job with this in terms of the short-term, intermediate, and long-term goals.
That's pretty good from you.
Yeah, I know. I'm so shocked myself. I'm still looking.
You shocked yourself. I'm like, you actually said pretty good.
They got to get past the hawkful eyes of Dr. McGee, because she's gonna let you know if you ain't on top of your game. So that's good. That's a good plus for them.
Oh, thank you, James.
Okay, I'm gonna make one recommendation that they give us the client number applicable to the percentage and the intermediate outcome.
Yeah. Because I see it at the bottom one, but I don't see it on the other one.
So we thoroughly did assessment of that program. Now let's look at the impact of COVID-19 on the program, okay? The new normal.
Yeah.
When we gonna get our lives back? I want my life back. Can I get my life back?
This is your life. This is version 2.0.
I want my life. I want my old life back. I want my pre-COVID-19 life back.
Gotta wait a year or two, probably.
I don't know. I don't know if I can do this for a whole year or two. Oh boy. So, what's your summary about COVID-19?
Well, prior to COVID-19, they provided most of their service in person. Now they have to do it via phone or direct mail, which is not as efficient. So it's definitely impacting them because the person-to-person was a lot more effective. They also said with direct mail, they don't have, they won't have the contact. I don't know what the word is. They don't have the same penetration for direct mail that they had, obviously, in person.
They also had to move to another location so that they can still assist their clients via doing the phone conversations by taking a phone outside. If you go to the courthouse, you cannot go inside. You can only go into the entrance where the bailiffs are, grab information and go out. And if you need to talk to someone, you literally can't. So by them moving outside of the building, that's a big help for those clients who can't have that service or can't get into the building. Now that they relocated, they can have the phone access. So it makes a big difference.
Cool.
Especially for people who are catching the bus uptown, and the bus schedule is now off schedule from what it used to be. They only allow so many people on the bus. So it makes a big difference to be able to go to a location and know that you can talk to someone versus getting uptown and finding out you can't go see anyone, you can't turn in your paperwork.
Does anyone remember what they were saying about reusable PPE that was gifted to them? Did they give that to the clients so that when they have to meet them, they have on PPE?
Yes.
I think at this point, the PPE is being made available to like everyone since Leon County mandated the masks.
But they got a gift, I think, of PPE, of reusable PPE.
Yes, they did.
Summarize, I think most of the most of the responses to COVID-19. Did I miss anything that you want to add in this section? Okay, let's look at the CHSP funding request, okay? I think, oh, we have not, have we done? Yeah, we did do outcomes. So let's look at section 1.1 of the application. Are they asking? No, they're not asking for an increase or decrease for this particular program. They want to reallocate it to the expungement, I believe. Mm. Okay, anything else you want to say about the funding request? I know, Crystal, you've been looking at what is the minimum that agencies need. And I think they just justified the entire amount, didn't they? From what I can see.
Yeah, it looks like they've broken it down and kind of, elaborated on exactly what they're asking for.
And the majority of this expenditure would be for the services, the expungement service itself. So
Well, this is actually a different, we actually got to go into the expungement. It's a small amount of money. So I say when it comes to the other program, we don't spend the kind of time we just spent, not for that little amount of money.
Like 10 minutes.
Like no more than that. And that may be more than necessary. So let's look at expungement. I said we mainly look at, you want to mainly look at what they're proposing for out in the measurement framework and the funding requesting, because it's all complementary to what they're already doing. So let's look at unless there's some other sections you guys want to look at. But if we go directly into what they're proposing to accomplish with this money, we can actually go right into the measurement framework. Okay. So let's look at what they're proposing to accomplish in the program. They're proposing to serve 75 people with less than $7,000.
Yeah, because they're using it mostly for just the fees, the expungement fees.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's it.
I personally thought it goes more. I didn't line item it when I did my score sheet. I didn't add it into a separate column like B and A because it was still under all A before. Because it's really just the fees.
Mm-hmm.
Done an entire program section just for this. This is just one type of service that people might need for legal services. It's just another, yeah. So
it just okay with fit back in. I mean, I don't know why they separated it out personally, because it's part of the legal services. So
yeah, I don't either.
It should have been under the Promise Zone Legal Services, and then on their budget they could put it in the fees.
I agree. So let's just go to the funding because it's really the same. It's just a different type of service.
It all is encapsulated there. I don't think it's a different program. I don't want to speak for anybody else. Do you all agree? I think it's the same program. It's just one could be expungement, one could be civil court, family member.
Yeah. I think it's legal services and that's just another component of the program.
Yeah.
It's a specialized component of the program. Any comment you want to make? Do you feel like, I mean, we've already got this comment, so it's applicable to this section too.
Yeah.
Okay, we will wrap this up and I'll summarize. Add anything, or if you want, the same rules apply. If you want me to modify, change, or delete excellent board diversity. As far as, and then in the zip code section, we went around and about in that. So I'm not going to go through that again. I guess I'll just figure out how to write it. So had they had a presentation, they could have explained it. But while CRT recognizes that the program offers legal clinics in various neighborhoods throughout the Promise Zone area, and I didn't finish the sentence, just wanted to, I'm going to have to fix this language after hearing what Renee has stated about the population that they serve. And I don't know if Renee, do you have any particular language that you're recommending for this section? Or is just want to make sure I'm true to what the program really does?
I think it's fine.
You think it's okay? Okay. So they clearly define, thank you, Renee. They clearly define the target population. They provided detailed information documenting the need for the program. They clearly explained the program activities. And also, and I said, really, that's the, let's see if I can, okay. They define the population, okay. In the, this is a program description I meant to put here. Program description. And then all legal clinics are held in the Promise Zone, making it accessible to the target population. The value of donated services total over $492,000. Overall, they provided meaningful, measurable outcomes, have included the number of clients applicable to the percentage provided in the intermediate outcome findings, impact of COVID-19. Of course, prior to COVID-19, they provided most services in person. No visitors are allowed to enter the courthouse. Now staff meets with clients outside of the courthouse. They also conduct telephone conferencing. You can sign up for appointments online, and they're sending direct mail to Promise Zone residents. They provided a detailed breakdown of the CHSP funding requests. Okay.
Sounds
Pat,
good.
I was going to say, Soraya shared with us that 194 of the 399 clients were in Promise Zone tracks, and that's about 49%.
Okay, so we will say, let's see. So she said 194 clients of
399 are in Promise Zone.
Okay. All right. All right. So we have one last one to do. Are you guys okay?
Yep.
Yep.
Whew. So we get this done. Now Dr. McGee has a meeting that she has to go to at 4 o'clock. She has another great another web-based meeting, right? And so she's so excited about that.
No. It's over.
So she has to go at 4. So we'll finish. Let's talk about it for a minute, about what's our next strategy. Do we want to go ahead and be realistic as far as by the time we finish this next program, it'll be about 4 o'clock. Do you want to go ahead and schedule so that we just do allocations on a separate day? That in the old world, when we were together, we would just stay there all night, but it's not as easy to pull that off on the WebEx. I mean, James, that was our real world back in the day when we met on site. We would actually stay until we finished, and we would serve dinner, so we could be there 7 or 8 o'clock at night.
And you would be.
Yes, ma'am. Look forward to those days in 2 years.
So I mean, I'll stay here till tonight too. If you want to finish this tonight, that's up to you guys, or else we can schedule a fourth meeting.
I'd rather reschedule.
And I think we'll be fresh, and it half a day. It shouldn't even take us half a day to do this, because the only thing you got to do is rank order the programs. Sala, can you give that to them now so they could go ahead and rank order? That way, when you come back, you would have ranked ordered the programs by then.
Okay.
That's only if everybody has their sheets completed.
Yeah, you first got to complete your assessment guides. You got to do that anyway before you come back for allocations, right? That's a mandatory. So once you do your assessment guides, then you'll rank order the programs. And let me show you, because you've never done this before, James.
Yes,
Let me
ma'am.
kind of show you how we do that. She's going to send something to you, and you're going to have all of the programs. And you will rank order the program. What program you think best will meets and addresses the needs of the promise zone? Okay.
Okay.
So you rank order by program, with one being the program that you think meets the highest needs, and then how many programs on this team?
16.
16.
One is 16. 16 with 16 Sala. 18 programs. Woo. So
I counted 16 twice.
let me just check one more time. 1, 2.
I thought it was 17 and one dropped out and we got 16.
Epilepsy only has one program.
Yeah, it just looks like 2 on the application, but yeah.
Who actually has 2 programs? Oh yeah, I think we just have 16. We decided to basically lump legal aid foundations program components together, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Right.
Okay, so that gives us 16. So 1 would be the most important program in addressing the pending needs of the community, the promise zone, and 16 would be the least. And all you do on the sheet that Sala gives you is just put 1 through 16, and that way you'll have that done by the time you get back for our last meeting, and it'll expedite the process. Is that okay with you guys, Crystal, Dr. McGee?
Yeah, but it's not actually us ranking them on that sheet. It's based on how they score on the other sheets, is how
Yeah.
you rank them.
You want to explain that, Crystal? Go ahead.
So on all of these sheets that you put in the scores here, you're going to total these scores, and then that number, then you'll rank them based on that. So based on the scores. So if they have a higher score, they're going to rank up higher in the list. So your highest score on these sheets will be your number 1 on Sarla's list.
Gotcha.
Okay, because she's a stickler for procedures. Miss Crystal. I'll tell you what.
But you could have, I mean, last year we had a couple that were the same. So then that's a value judgment that we have to make.
Exactly.
Because you could have some that are literally ranked like 10 and 11. So one's 10, one's 11.
And that's why listening to what you all say, plus put it in what Renee says, because she has a lot more experience. If I get 2 people with the same or 3, I can evaluate like this one based on what I heard all my team members say seem to be more valuable.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we have a team approach. There was something else I thought about. It just went through my mind while you were speaking. So once you rank order, it went right to my mind. I was trying to give you some directions, but it'll come back while we're finishing up this last agency. We're going to go ahead and finish up this last agency before we go, so we don't. So, oh yeah, the other part is that I'll have Sala or Virginia, can you email these draft comments to the volunteers? I'm going to send you the draft comments. I hope you can Well, you know, we've gone through it enough. I do shorthand and all kind of abbreviations when I'm taking notes, just so I can expedite the writing process. But so Virginia will send you these raw notes, okay?
That's
Because
great.
it may help
That's
you.
great.
That'll help you as well when you finish your assessment guide and also when you do your rankings, okay?
That's great. Thanks.
So not going to try to clean it up. I'm just going to leave it as it is. So now the last one we need to do, and then Dr. McGee, you can just let us know when you need to go and we'll see you. Oh, before we get started, Dr. McGee, can you work with your team to figure out what would be a common date and time that we can get together as soon as possible before you leave?
One caveat, Dr. McGee, real quick. I'll be on vacation from the 8th to the 17th. So if we can make it before that,
Okay.
that would be great.
So we did, what is next Tuesday? Is it the 6th or the 7th?
7th. So that, yeah, because I leave on the 8th.
I'm on vacation. I might have to bow out, Pat, because we have non-negotiable meetings for work in the first quarter of the year. So getting school districts trained. So I have all my forms done and can send you the ranking. So don't plan on me. I'm not sure.
Oh, that starts next week for you, Ryan?
I'm actually on vacation the 6th through the 10th, and then we have trainings with school districts starting July 13th all the way to the 31st. So I'll try to plug myself in if I can. That's the problem.
Okay, all right.
Let me ask you, I know this is crazy, but what do folks think about June the 3rd, the morning of June the 3rd, this Friday?
June 3rd already happened.
July 3rd.
I meant July 3rd. Wait a minute, I'm in the wrong calendar.
That's a city holiday, so and a county holiday too.
Oh yeah,
so-
that's a holiday. That is a holiday.
Yeah.
Um,
Is the 2nd available or no, that's people are gonna be traveling already?
I could do the 2nd. I don't know about other people.
I could do the 2nd.
I hate to lose Renee.
Yeah.
You mean Ryan?
Ryan.
I meant Ryan. I don't know. Hey,
I can do the 2nd until it's okay. I can do this. I've been called everything. Don't worry. I can do the 2nd that morning until noon. I have a hard stop.
we should be able to finish by then. That won't be a problem. So who can't do June the 2nd?
July.
How about you? I meant July 2nd. I told you my brain is fried after all of this time. It's been tiring.
Yeah.
So June the 2nd, who can't do June?
It's still July. It's gonna be July, Miss Pat. And you're on mute.
Hey, Marilyn, can you navigate the date? Because I keep on saying the wrong dates. You navigate that, okay?
All right. So is there anyone who's not available on July 2nd?
Oh,
All right.
I'm good.
Okay. Well, looks like July 2nd is the date. And Pat, do we want to start at 8 or 9?
No, not 8.
9. Okay, 9 on July 2nd. Thank you, James.
Thank you. It's exactly
9 o'clock.
Hey, are we gonna do 9 or 8:30 since Ryan has to be gone at noon?
Why don't we do 8:30? Can you kind of stretch yourself a little? Because you're getting ready to go on vacation, Mr. James.
Yes, I'll make it work.
So we'll
I'll
do
sa-
8:30.
I'll sacrifice for the team. I'll do it.
Thank you.
You
And really,
Virginia, so I'll get that WebEx meeting invite out. So we have finalized Thursday, July 2nd from 8:30 to noon.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Y'all will see that come through your
Okay.
inbox shortly.
okay. So Renee, does that work for you too, Renee?
Yes.
Okay. So we are confirmed. She'll send out the
Just
invite.
bless her heart. Just bless it. Just say bless your heart, Miss Pat.
Say bless your heart.
Yeah, to you because it's Ryan.
Ryan.
Instant.
Okay, I know. I told
Don't
you
even
guys.
worry about it. Trust
Hey,
me.
Ryan.
It
Why am I
works
calling
for
you
me
Renee?
and it works for Renee. We both said
I
that.
have no idea why I called you Renee.
I'm tired, Pat. You're normally much more on your A game too.
I know it. I'm exhausted mentally, and actually, my niece's name is Ryan. It's not like I don't have an association with you. Anyway, sorry about that. So we will meet on July the 2nd at 8:30, and we should get done by then. Okay, just as long as you guys are ready, you got your ranking already done, we can just jump right in it. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks a lot. I appreciate you guys working with with your schedules to make sure we get this done. Okay, so thanks so much, because I know it's a lot. Because I'm after doing this for a full month. This is my 10th team
Oh, wow.
that I've done so far. And I was wondering how I was going to make it, but I did. Because I wake up exhausted for some reason. Like just the last couple of days, I felt it. Okay. Let's go ahead and do America's Second Harvest, and then we can wrap that up for once we do finish this, we'll wrap it up for the day. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So, okay. And Dr. McGee, you're on.
All right. So we'll say transfer over is the services provided by the agency, which is comment number 4. Address essential community needs.
Okay.
We have one in here that it's commendable that the agency has added 27 trauma zone partners. They got a whole bunch listed in this collaboration thing. They have made trauma zone partners.
Okay.
And I think this is even more applicable for right now. It's commendable. Number 8. It is commendable the agency has adapted its service delivery system to meet the needs of the targeted communities. And then the final one relates to outcome findings in the outcome data collection table, which I think is applicable, but I'll let the team decide as we move through. But if not, we'll add number 9. Pat, your mute.
Any other general comments about Second Harvest?
I think it's a real critical critical need because of the COVID. And I think we should put it in there too, the COVID. Is how that they've adapted their program. Before they used to obviously just go to different sites. Now they're doing mobile sites, used to be churches, food pantries, etc. They weren't the ones to directly give the food, but they've really stepped up to that. But overall, I think without them, people would be in a real serious deficit.
Especially with COVID-19 right now.
Yeah, and I think what Ryan is saying, because they they changed to a direct distribution model from what Ryan said previously. So they directly distribute now.
And full disclosure, Pat, and I need to know this, I was a board member there for 6 years. It's been 2.5, actually 3 years since I rolled off. So yeah, I have very intimate knowledge of how it works and everything. But yeah, the food only used to go to food pantries or churches or clubs. They never directly gave anyone their food. And now they're a direct service model because those places are closed and people still need the food.
Pat, one thing they talked about in their presentation, a lot of times we're looking for demographics because that's key to make sure that we meet that client and the criteria. But they pointed out an important thing. They say they have, sometimes it's difficult because the federal rules and regulations prohibit them sometimes from getting that information, so they won't be discriminatory to the people. So they actually said they had to explain that there was some limitations as far as gathering information on demographics and other things that we may need, but they give the food out to people, who need it. A lot of times they are from socially disadvantaged neighborhoods and promised zone type neighborhoods, but they couldn't always give us that information as far as saying this is specifically for promised zones. So I know a lot of times we've been talking in our meeting that's key. We want to make sure that we providing services for those in that area because it's so crucial. But they found that they may have some issues. They know they provide a lot to those individuals, but they may not be able to specifically say X, Y, Z. You're on mute, Pat. You're on mute.
Yeah, I understand that. Okay, but I understand your points. So because they've opened up, and it's really about, I guess we have to go into the application because they've opened up different food banks within the Promise Zone, and they also deliver. When it comes to food, that's another service. We don't tell them that you don't turn people away who need food. And so we know that they're serving those oppressed communities, and that's really what we're about, trying to make sure that the food is available for communities that have food deserts in them, and food and communities that have a high number of people that experience food insecurity. Right. And that's the whole purpose of this particular program in the Promise Zone, and now in our new world. So let's look at the program. How about we go into the program itself, into the application? And we will look at section, so right, they're projecting, we also know that folks that are served by this program, it's hard to identify duplication. So I think what they did, and I want to find that out, but I noticed here on section 1.3 program client demographics, they do attempt to give you a census tract data, but I don't know where that's derived from. So we might want to, have them explain that, because it's the same thing. The demographics are not done, and neither are the zip codes. So it's hard to unless they tried to do a count. I'm not sure. They need to explain. Not to say that's a problem. We just want to make sure that they are aware of that. So when they get reviewed next time, they'll be aware. Okay, so now let's look at sections. Let's look at sections. We could look at program budget if you want to look at the cost per client. Well, it probably won't be the cost per client, but it'll be the cost per meal.
Yeah, which is
We won't worry about it.
yeah.
We won't, yeah. So let's just go into section 1.4 of the CHSP application, okay? So we look at the target population. And that's question 1.
I mean, it says that they feed people in the promise zone, and we know that they do. But their mission is to feed everyone. And I think that's what they're saying. Wish they would have expanded on that last.
Yeah, I think they need to expand that.
Yeah.
Expand the information provided in the client demographic section. Okay. Oh, let's see what they is. Graphics. Let's see that they did include they did download a document. So I'm gonna look at that and see if if that's more Promise Zone Pacific.
Okay.
See what I don't know if you guys looked at that document that is embedded in the application.
Yeah, I've seen it.
See if it's okay. This is not specific to the Promise Zone, but it does give you a lot. Really, this is documentation of need for the program. That's what I see when I look at that document. Okay, they just got kicked out of my application. Let me get back in that application. So if I go back in there, oh, got kicked out of my application. Got totally kicked out out of the portal too. Give me a second just to get back in. But okay. It is T10 and America's Second Harvest. Okay, all right. Okay, so now let's go ahead and go into the section about the description of the program. Let's see, what will we do? We've done target population.
Yeah, I think they did a good job there too, even breaking down the different programs that they do, like the produce program and the mobile feeding and the backpack program. The descriptions on all those programs that they do.
Okay. Describe each program component. Thank you. Did we miss anything on here? I got kicked out and I might have lost my place. So we've done client demographics, description of the program. Oh, documentation of need. So that's still going back into 1.4. Do you did anyone look at the documentation of need statement? They should have extensive data.
They do.
Okay. Next, we got to look at the outcome data collection table 1.6.
The data was good. They have short-term goals because there's no way
Exactly.
yeah.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
And they had good statistics.
Yes, and we
They had
said
good
extensive
statistics.
data.
Right.
Thank you. And almost done with this. The only thing we have left now is the CHSP funding request, section 1.1 of the application. Okay. Let's see. Did they clearly? So that's for warehouse drivers.
So is that a nutritionist specifically for that
Say
10?
that again, Dr. McGee.
In compensation and benefits, where it has B, 10,000 for the compensation and benefits of programs and agency relations staff, including a nutrition/emergency food coordinator to work with partner agencies in the Promise Zone. Because I think they have a nutritionist already. So would this be an additional person? Because there may be different dietary needs within the Promise Zone.
Are you looking at the chart on section 1.1?
I am. Oh, wait, I'm in 1 point. Yep.
And and you're looking at compensation and benefits?
And the total is 65. 55
Oh,
is
okay.
driver,
Okay.
and there's another 10.
Okay. Compensation benefits of programs and agency staff, including a nutrition. Yeah, it can only be, they probably could have broken that down a little bit, but because if it's $10,000, it's for 2 staff positions for the program and agency relations staff, including a nutrition food coordinator. So it's only, it's saying 12% of the full salary and wages budgeted.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I think it's just a portion of those 2 positions.
Yeah, it has to
Yeah,
be
that's-
$10,000. It's a portion.
It is the proposed fiscal year budget for the nutritionist/emergency food coordinator is 35 annually.
35.
Okay. So the 139,000 school backpacks, pantry bags,
Wow.
food distribution purchase, that's for purchasing food. Okay, total bags, total meals. Okay. Seem like any comment about do you feel like they gave you adequate details about the CHSP funding request?
I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I think they broke it up pretty good.
Yeah.
And a majority of the money is going to feed people and
Right.
to get the food to the people.
And when I looked at 139,000, that's for 61,000 meals. So that's about $2 a meal. That's pretty good.
Okay. Now they asked for additional money. Did they document, how much additional are they asking for?
From last year, it's almost double. I
Wow.
wanted to say, like they were asking for 100 and something last year, right?
Okay, right.
17, and now this is 268. So
Yeah, that's Over double.
Mhm.
Yeah, but they said that they provide almost like from 4.3 million to 6.75.
Okay. Do you feel
So
like
there's a big
okay,
gap, and they're trying to fill it.
right.
So,
And
relatively
they
speaking, I
also
don't.
had, yeah, COVID in there too, James, about
I'm sorry.
Mhm.
what you're saying, and then also with COVID and more people to serve. So I think
Right.
that's
Okay.
what they're accounting
Okay.
for.
So I'm not going to nickel and dime.
Okay.
I
Okay.
could be a little easy on it, but I think for $2 a meal, that's nutritional meal. That's pretty good.
That's fine. Then you're gonna find out just how much money you got to allocate next time you come, James. you you in for a rude awakening, Mr.
I don't know about that
James.
part yet.
You in for a rude awakening, Mr. James, right? You've been
I will become a master penny pincher like you all. I haven't been
Ah.
indoctrinated yet.
Hey Ryan, can you he's up for a rude awakening, isn't he, Ryan?
Oh yeah, Chris, I'm sure Crystal and I are right there together. We will pink
you to read those updates that go
everything.
from the university on a daily basis. And
Can't hear you, Pat.
Muted, Miss Pat.
As I just realized, Dr. McGee, you're on your other conference call now. So I think it's fine. We've kind of gone through it. Are you? I think we're fine with closing. Do you want me to summarize it? And we just said, I mean, I think we've service addressed essential community needs, excellent utilization of collaborative partnerships. You appreciate how they've adapted the service delivery system to address the needs of this targeted community. Giving them some next year, please explain responses provided in the census tract form, expand the information provided in the client demographic sections to make it more specific to the promise zone. They clearly describe each component of the program. They provided extensive data documenting the need for the program, and they provided meaningful, measurable outcome findings. Quickly adapted the program, including transitioning to a direct distribution model to meet the increased demand for services, and that they provided a detailed breakdown of the CHSP funding requests. Are you guys okay with everything? And I'm gonna, anything you wanna add or change in this for this agency? Okay, I'm gonna send this to Virginia, and she will make sure you get this before the end of the day, okay? So I'm gonna unshare. Okay. All right, we made it. Hopefully, I'll make sure I try to get some. I did everything I could to get my energy level up. I drank coffee. I took B12. I think I'm just physically drained, and so it did not. So at least I made it though. So thank you guys so much, because I know it was pretty laborious today, to say the least. And we also thank Renee for sharing a lot of her wisdom. You've kind of educated a lot of us today, more so about what's really going on in our community. So thanks so much. And I hope the community is listening what you say. I'm gonna make sure they do, because I think a lot of us need to hear what you say. Very important, because it's about what is happening in the communities that we're serving and about how to respond to those needs so we understand it better and can do a better job. So guys, I guess I'll see you what day? Thursday. I'll see you again on Thursday, okay? So have a good evening. Get some rest.
Thanks. See you, team members. I love y'all.
You be great out of the closet. You can go and visit your wife again, okay? You be.
I will, but I'm gonna have to be back in here one more day.
Yeah, one more day. That's it.